Ladies, something close to you. Are you at? It's been so it's now stand at night going to like this. Welcome to the land. Distinguished guest, man, from you of the team of the housing. Incredible journey it has been so far. Can together all the of what is easy. Past days we have inspired versions of ideas to put this in exhibition moment find and sell how networking opportunities that have connect from beyond as we for men women we new this of the show is not just a continuation the insert forge stronger and us leave so we carry on same curiosity the two sessions we're margin housing through collaboration see the you gentle put your hands together for your once again point I said we're moving with us we have four and we have to be so that attend the gala night this evening. The first session is prop tech trends and the housing market. I would like to call the speaker for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier, the MD and C of Five also do some of a please. Sir, please. All right. Join him on stage will be about sourcing. Please, a round of applause for him. John co-founder technology. All right, Dele Ajayi Bembe, co-founder and chief operations officer. Please, round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Also join will be Abdu the MD of Modern Shelter. Please, a round of applause for him. Join on stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For the man to the MD and I. Applause. We will time. One. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. As Jidolu, I'm the CEO of Octofoto. But I'm this morning to share this session, which is meant to lay context for everybody. We're in recent times said this that now the largest and as now for any so you knew that the sector was being underreported, but now it's been confirmed by the MBS as of 2024 4 billion dollar. That's about 2.66. Let's say set today. But as of 24, by end of 2020, it is minimum plus sector. By 2020, $3 value sector. Still that we are sitting gold, but a club sector that big impact on us. But then why not as we and what we intend today to discuss around new technology from take too much time, so I'm going to be calling on to do an of the state project sector into interactive session. Session we careful. And we intend to take as people then the and put hand over to you for a quick 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. So, main view of the prop tech landscape. Okay. Where do I point here? And then on through. Tech is basically shown of real estate. I think that just fintech. Okay. Prop what is real estate? All of. I'm basically it's to take a look at many Nigerian and this small focus on a few of the guys who are in space. And so here six structure. I have state split. Have proper right. Now ecosystems today about maybe somewhere around we have somewhere around 60, and each of these prop tech so you change. When I real estate value, talking about operations and maintenance of the facility, and just brought give a few examples of structured where you okay, good price and good estate in real estate markets. When to getting you data on the real estate market, whether it is commercial, whether it is industrial real estate. You have fleet who's doing some sort of financing. Do paying. You can on that platform and of crowdfund licensed by the Security and Exchange Commission. Developer to raise money. You can second thing crowd it does is that it helps who will not be able to say the invest able to with your thing naturally invest on the plan. Then you have Inco who's in proper managing access community and cycles helping digital for things. All right. I've just spoke about two of them that are right. It's important to look at this is to base this in the talk. So you find out that showing the cut of the data. So two investment of last 2023 it was 16. Okay. Four where there's a lot of investor. So the reason for this that's earlier reality bond highly the sector is for up. You have bond as led. So let me stick a bit on the. So the biggest challenge is the prop tech startups is because and the bond terms product but these are start. So after they need to product lot rate happen within that space. What you find of this prop tech have pivoted, meaning the product that is the when they had their may not be current free, and that happened. The space. True. The reason you find get it literally all those whole platform started platform. But I went we realized that at least percent of other sectors. So that's pivoting because as at the time, let's say, you know, if your meets as it doesn't prop crowd is looking that sector. Also payment behavior split start payment for looking at that you know you have to focus on the formal market people that what is also infrastructure. So for example, estate they were Rover started to do offline again pivoting market really okay. So success and failures some but just like in the I've seen in Nigeria night okay they usually best fight that in the scene around 5 year mark things that I've mentioned earlier. You need new in the how much time? Okay, I'll rush as much as possible. A few stories that have, but I think the funding you cannot use it to fund startup because what would happen is data 8%, 40. Are you scale? Another in Naira valuation. This has really, if you saw that data talk with more about dollars, billion dollars. Remember the XP20 what is today. So the start fund came 300, to dollar thousand. It was and so affected. I'll drop here so that waste. I don't think they guess we'll continue from the question and answer.
But roll. A job you can do than that. So very I'm going to Modele. Modele, you're the CEO of Construct, and you guys was is about some gaps. Plan just mentioned one of the major challenges companies had was with the massive disruption in the pricing within the last 2 years. How did Construct navigate that massive disruption, and what were the kind of immediate challenges you had with your customers? I presume your customers are developers. You understand that? So what were the immediate challenges you had, and how did you navigate it?
All right, thank you for that. Can you guys hear me clearly? Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. So the Naira devaluation actually worked in our favor, I must say, and this is particularly because of our business model. So because we're a marketplace for construction materials, we don't stock inventory, right? So when the price variations hit, we weren't caught up in the middle of price variations, right? And basically our value prop was to facilitate trade between our buyers. So that's that we were not exposed to the risk of devaluation. Another thing I would say is the other clarity it gave us was strengthening our value. We found that in that period, the fact that we were able to aggregate the demand of our customers and pass that economy of scale to our customers, it strengthened that as a value prop, and we're able to offer that to our customers. With the impact from the devaluation was, the fact that they became largely very much price sensitive. Mm-hmm. How that impacted some projects was some of the units, for example, a project we had planned, that quantity had to reduce because they couldn't cover that amount. But some of the ways, those were some of the ways.
So then, what that makes me wonder is, so if I understand Construct's model very well, yes, what you sit in the middle between suppliers and users.
Correct.
Users being developed.
Correct.
Now, I remember, and I'm sure, Maddie, I'm going to come on this. At height of the madness, still, for instance, went up 600%.
Absolutely.
Within a 1-2 week period. Correct. So how did you handle your orders? Because you would probably have customers who had placed orders with you, and then your supplier is not telling you that he can't deliver. How did you cope?
So the only instances where that had an impact was customers that had paid upfront, yeah, for materials and locked prices. What protected us from that is our contracts had escalation clauses, okay, such that if variation hit a certain percentage, we weren't going to be exposed, right? And experience is aware of what's happening in the industry and in the market. It's not peculiar to Construct. Okay. So even if you have to go directly to source, which is what we do, that price is, is still the reality of the market.
But were you able to get any advantage from your aggregation model?
Absolutely. In that period, everyone was complaining.
Yeah.
But for us, we saw it as an opportunity to leverage. Okay. Right? How we were able to help customers was the demand all our customers. We took that to the manufacturers. We were able to negotiate bulk transactions that we brought to bulk, and we were able to send it to our customers, and they got it.
Thank you. It was period. Did you navigate it, and was technology of any value at that point?
Honestly, time post COVID and technology was just and, a lot of problem at that nice to have. You know, a lot of our tech guys, everybody wants to automate. So we had an that helped us in terms of some form of transparency our clients. So when you say prop tech or technology adoption, as little like email use your pictures, and you know, that helps to build transparency and confidence. We are able to move into a space now where we are moving towards having smart contracts with build clause and the platform by customers who have full they are doing linked with real time. If fluctuations happen, they see automatically. It's not like they increase or triggering any certain clause. So I think prop in the future when you look clients that were people millennials making purchases for the first time, and these people are to give them two and how they that also in terms of managing your business generally.
So taking a where you said, you're right. A large is evolving and trending. Currently, we're probably like percent the age of 2020. So if you were to look in developer and potential trillion economy, if you had a crystal ball, how would you be looking at a repositioning to up to that subset?
So as developers to real estate in that it's very slow to change. More they've been busy. And that's how you go to Rome, you see some roads that are 1 years. But today's market, like you said, is ever changing. So it calls for increased transparency usage. So project like very beginning, everybody should be able to say Google your site using Google location. You know, you have to give your customers the platform says the very unique progress. No stories. That currency will be complete, and then you now continue with smart facility management, like such that because today now because of the inflation and prices, if you don't have a smart platform, in fact, as little as the WhatsApp group that you use, that is already prop tech, you know, but it's just not properly aligned, right? So we need to come up with ERPs. First and foremost, as companies, our internal operations now cannot just be Excel, limited to Excel. We need to have CRM, we need to have, you know, accounting software, we need to be able to track payments live. This is the era of fintech. So when a customer pays, you need to be able to link, your customer needs to get real-time receipts. You know, you need to do your LM reporting. There are so many things that you need to do. You are almost like a bank because you're handling billions and billions of naira. You can't be doing 10 billion naira turnover and you don't have an ERP. Anytime you are looking for receipts, everything is filed, is physical, is hard copy. You know, those days are gone. And we need to have the prop tech companies come up with ERPs that are tailored, because right now when you're trying to buy an ERP for your company, you have to basically do everything from scratch.
Yes.
So we need to have people coming up. It's not about Microsoft 360 or these are already off the shelf, you know. So we need a tech space or tech industry or techies to come up with ERPs that are suited to Nigerian market. How do we pay our laborers? How do we handle cash payments? How do we do receipts? How do we integrate with third-party payment platforms like InterSwitch and other switching companies? You know, so these things we need to really wake up to that responsibility, as we're not just construction companies, you know, and all the way to the future of looking at platforms, because you have so much data. When somebody buys a house from you, you know where that person, you know where that person is.
Yep.
So no matter the digital world and all that, you know where that person is. You know his identity, because the law compels you to collect all the documents that a typical bank collects.
Yep.
So we're looking at a future where, without giving my competitors too much advantage, where you are going to do things like power as a service. You as a developer should be able to, you see the way they give us SIM card now is almost free, 1 naira or free. And then what are they trying to sell to you? Data and airtime. Should be able to get to a future whereby we're giving people houses, come and take, no equity contribution. I'll give you the financing. I'll sell you power. I'll even give you consumer finance, because the cost, within the 100-hectare estate belongs to me, and I'm able to sell you products at cheaper rates. So you don't need to go to a Sahad or any other to buy for children. Go to my school and they go to my hospital. So you find out the house itself now just becomes the unit through which I get you. And those other services which layer them. And it's only by technology that we can do. The only thing we're using technology now in real estate is just Airbnb, right? It's just Airbnb. And look at how that has impacted the space. So imagine if we start using technology for all the other services as a platform. The housing becomes the platform for which we collect the data. And then what are we using this data for? How can you sell 10,000 houses, which means you have 10,000 clients, right? And after selling the house, that's it. That is it. You have sold the house, the profit has been recognized, and then that's it. You don't do anything with those people. They live in your estate, and the data is gone.
Okay.
So this is the future.
Yeah. So let me come to you, Roland. Malik has raised so many key points, but then the major question is this: why is there a disconnect between the tech guys? I mean, so somebody like me now, and clearly Abdul Malik, we travel both worlds, but then you're talking of a $2.6 billion industry with so many points of impact. Why is there a disconnect between what I could say are investor expectations and the market realities?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think from what we have seen in the market is a situation where what we have seen in the market is a situation where, you know, like I said in my presentation, a lot of the prop tech, that disconnect is happening because adoption by Abdul Malik and Jide Odusholu. Okay, that, and you have your time to say whether it's true or not. Okay, because they are not adopting this technology in the scale that they should, and I've used them to give the example that elsewhere, the way fintech has grown, and even let me even say prop tech, the way prop tech has grown in Europe and in North America, is that they have this framework for LPs where people who use the product invest in these startups, and there are several investments. One is incubation, two is acceleration programs, and what happens is that startups pivot as they iterate the product and they find a market product fit. Okay, these developers, right, invest in these startups. They, by just adopting that product. I'll give you a typical example. Sitemap, who today is working with Lagos State government, incubated of. They spent a year when they were starting. They spent a year ROCs So they leverage on the technology infrastructure for NMRC, leverage on the office space, okay? And then NMRC sort of propelled them. And we need to have a lot more.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. I mean, the use case is
of course,
clear.
because I've called you out.
No,
right?
no, you can't call me out because I incubate, know that, and I'm sure my even the receiver to try and call out on this. But importantly, the question is not about us. I mean, Matt is talking about ERP.
Okay.
I've run with ERP for so long and all of that. It's but the average person who's we have developers in this room, and we're going to have time to ask questions. The average developer struggles to the solution, and the average tech enthusiast or tech a high premium on the solution, meaning they are already speaking at cross purposes.
Okay. So answer the question. You know, it's just from your lens, okay? The lens of just the lens. Absolutely. So and we resolve this, right? In situations where, in the first place, why and I just give example in Europe. In the first place, why are developers building their own technology? You know, if I say answer that, the answer might be these techpreneur, enthusiasts, call them, are placing high premium on their products, right? And I think this is where the market really needs sort of, you know, strike a balance in terms of what's happening in the market. A lot of you saw as at 2022 when we were like a prop saw the funding that came in versus where it is today, right? What has also happened is that a lot of the prop tech founders realized the 100 million valuation and the $50 million valuation that they put is right. So I mean, I can go on and on the side of the prep tech. The point to, you know, fintech could thrive because you don't require an dealer. Okay, set up your whether it's payment platform, whether you want to integrate. But when you talk about prop tech, you know, the you and
Okay.
because let me
I want to go to angle.
You know,
let me because you are the head of prop tech association to person that is actually in the trenches now. Same question. How have you handled the challenge? Making developers see your value proposition. What has been experience been like? Option.
Right. So for us at Constructs, right, we're not naive to the realities that our industry is heavily traditional, is manual, right? We knew that came into to solve the problem. So we had to look at it from a tactical point of view, right? We knew we were going to face. So we tried to get ahead of that. Part of what helped us do this was clarity in terms of our different customer profiles. We have customers that are different points of on being tech, right? We have a profile of a customer that isn't tech savvy and is carrying their material and profile of we meet them first. So they are used to mod I need sand, modeling I need cement. So we meet them where we are. We dedicated managers that
Understand it. Yes. I have a project in Makurdi, and I go to Makurdi, find my sand guy, I find my steel guy, and all of that. You're saying if I come to will be my
yes.
So
let me add some right. We have different types of yeah. Let's even say like two types of Makurdi guys. The Makurdi guy that takes doesn't even have WhatsApp. right? And his current like his as cement, sand, deliver to supply, right? For that kind of customer, how we penetrate them is really that's what we used to. So we say to them, we call it friends of cost material supply. We've gotten our foot in the door. We've started to supply, and then knowing that we're for all trans, it's through a platform. Even though the customer is not the one starting to put it, they are just do all the entry. We start is from your transaction here, give you about your business. Do with the market, show you the look at the who they value together using our platform. The unique economics of your business is on our platform, and you just help them this business. Once we find out, once we do the next again, he wants to then handle the process by himself. Okay. So I guess the purchase meet your customers where we are.
So we have other language before you then teach them your own language.
And then we have other text.
Okay.
So when we sell our and they're interested.
Maddie.
You know what I mean now. See, the idea of a problem. Yep. To solve a problem, then it is nonsense. All due respect to our tech guys and their airy all those things. You know, they want to push down there, sit down, norms and how they do it, and they just come. They're ready. Or smart system. My problem is I need to build a house first. I read idea at in here. It's not smart home. That's not what we need in the this we want solving real life problems, real life issues. So you look at what pain points, and I agree with Dr. Roland that we really need to do more in terms of incubation. Yeah. So if they had the also maybe with all the world and how and then look at modern shelter group that can host them to say, okay, we'll have a contract for a year, with salary, but these are our problems during that period of time. We come out with this ERP, bring it to the first buyer. He will give you the platform and reach a developer because they are solving a rated cost. Incentives, you can say, okay, program you get revenue, so yeah, young people. If you have with companies, you give them everything because you work in the company, your human works. You understand how we do construction. So you are supposed to come from not that you yourself you are part of your. The thing. We Mr. President of Association, we will happily sit down with you structure where we can incubate this weekend. We can do. Assure you that.
Okay, thank you, Malik. Yes. Now, Roland. Before and after open for contribution from the floor. Get a different earlier on side was it most of that starts run out of wrong way. They run out of money, and it also miss of expectation and reality. Now taking from Abdul Malik, for example, now in what ways they are valuable so that next back
Now more than that you are acting as.
Okay, no, this one.
No, I
Okay. So in we conversation we've had it, for a long time. Good news. So sections like this, it just the and that it was good to show where we are so that we can understand that these guys developing a lot of products. They have some challenge. Answer your question, right? Need to have execution at self to come to. So 3 years ago, okay, we run program. Okay, PropTech 54. Hold about 10 people in the second. I think we had to, and then MRC was helping to also provide for this text falls because that was when the issue for fraud happened in the market. So I think like I said, to now see how we can really scale because they can develop product or don't have the underlying asset, which is that asset class. Nothing happens. So what I think is just to execute conversation we had.
Before I got to me now. Dealing with challenges, and they took now. For those and they it's supply problem. It's funding problem because Band-Aid power is expensive. So we're not in Band-Aid problem. Now, when we talk about prop tech, like Malik said, it's not just about it's also. Why are we not having more people structural challenges that we have so far? Ideally, I don't want to have works. I don't want to a power utility. It's a house things. Meanwhile, there are tech solutions that use solar. Can do solar to do a proponent. Pushing solution. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you're absolutely right. So on the right, the hardware and there's the software. Okay, a lot of to sort of get the sites. Now, when you are entering the then challenge. So this is where you work with. I'll give you a thank you. Your internal with Venk example. That community. I've lost right. That just people treat a water treatment plant in the same estate. When you can at least you know how each family is spending on water treatment. One treat. Everybody pays. So again, you are down issue. Why do you have a return?
The culture of cost.
I'm trying to say that on the part of the consumer,
Okay,
there is a problem to be solved. Was to just have the infrastructure. Just right. They want to have. Besides, for a project, the big. Wait, look, guys. How do
Yes. From the view, change. Like you said, has to be. Yes. Also, I shall try to make sure all our projects are in line. When you look at the future cost of power and all those things are taken care of. What we intend to start doing from our next have purchase agreements into the contract that even though right now we say you can't do generator, you can't do, but it's not look at in sector to say that to provide power as a service. So you can have even inverter, you cannot bring your own. So if you don't want to come down because of panels another has 8. So at that 20, at least the grid and even make money from the panels on your roof. So technology can help us with this is only agenda. People can that they have this thing must be my own. We have adoption residents. They don't how can I rent? Can I have service? Can I buy a house? It's my own. Somebody block of 10 people in the block, and the two. You want inverter? You want to have solar panels? How many people can have? How many solar panels can you put on a roof? Culture, nuances of experience. People have all of this. Nepa and all those to gain technology and transit. So if you need to service charges, do the exact they're spending that US believe you me as owners go with sometimes the problem you hold that not but I would not be and
that so now is something on because experience flip side that is to control. We've had great we've had to unbundle it because after you invested all that capital to create that solution, people don't want to pay for it. You mention of data and data transparency. If it's better data, they make it. Something that the good there. I think down, but there's a huge gap, and I okay. So at this point, I'd like to.
So one of the ways we're able to close that gap at to find and sources of these sources is and repping them and so going a step further,
I'm gonna
do all structural materials, where it's one-stop shop for all materials from start to finish.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Provide equipment. So developers, chairs and visas are so we are to hit our existence on applications right and itself it changes the dynamic.
At this point, I'm sure we probably have a lot of people. Okay. Can the gent there, please. So okay, I've got some bad. We sometimes just in so we can each one there.
What a wonderful presentation. I have a vision for modeling. We're trying to solve your project problem in research. That is honest. Issues right from mathematics, quality, and it's what you want to. As interacting between the developers as this the approach there is also our venue because many things said on the venue that also give developers the also add the credit with know that one of the reasons that the supply credit is they don't trust. when we intermediary like two of the so because I remember in the bank, because when I used to work in the bank, one of the things that the fintech came is that you want to get, it will be hard for loan collateral. They will build the bridge that the trust is that the bank don't trust you, that they are and the transaction network bank can trace on beginning. You don't even need to get this able that trust and see from transaction flow. Back to their do something like this that help developers to be able to access loan or credit from this something. Or are you currently doing it?
We do. Answer is what are some of the pain of our customers which are developers? Even one of the sets out this problem what thing to solve. And so with our for them some weeks 45 and how that's so leverage of the fin offer alternative creative sources of finance or you get additional banks, right for your ask gram lever, but what you're using is in here, right. You have you done this project you're delivering, have you before, or have you shown signs of repayments, right? Is boutique. Your question. Yes, we do offer credit to our customers, and our requirements are wrong.
Hello.
Thank you. I'm going to ask. First, thank you so much for your. I will ask, and I will make comment. Aspect. The system of its own have to direct contact, and the technology driven also has its own limitations. For instance, you power vehicle, you're taking a points. These are to recover your how to have, or you want to open the facility from a access your the door doesn't open. This way. So that what do you as
Okay.
to meet all those risks?
Okay, before you make a claim that at the end it's to make life easy for you. So to use you gave of power, for instance, we have that back so boss clients gents because sometimes actually that people call people at midnight and they tell you that 4 hour they will, if that person they by the next month looking drop. So it's one of the challenges of this, but to have a very robust back system services. So that's what technology basically your it will have to be at the end.
So technology, prop tech, right? One of the solutions across that value chain, okay, which is IoT. Is basically, yes, that problem exists. So I also don't want people to leave the room. Does that how use Venko and cuts to give examples? Your chat wants for developing a construct saying this being struct helping you to get pricing of managing that estate. To Malik as what as a developer or even the government, the state government for the they know what is. Wants for a 2-bedroom. If price just the price for naira 2.11. So when bank to lend to a developer, you avoid having bloated and in construction. So let's know that real deal using technology is how at the back whether drumming power or defining factor would and so I just understand that, right? Yeah. Sorry.
On my comments, fortunate subject we are supposed to have conversation on here, make a and that is finance. This that very important program, because in every aspect of life, financing you want to achieve. So in effect, let me do it very creative of business. Yes, the challenge manufacturing all of that brick and they are very little or visible asset you can see. You may want to find of $100 million build this plant all of these as comfort, but from the AIHS, every product has every business has invest. Problem that we don't information. Do you know that trash market that's big that when you pass, you cover your nose like this. Yes. They are looking for everyday business. What that means is that business run. You go to the right investor, to the right finance. Okay, so out of institution to explore different options.
Thank you, Before Malik. Just one quick thing. 1990. When you're so the truth is that the real products create you. For as a finance person, you know that data is gold for a finance. So what, for instance, that's the value. It's able to aggregate time. So when we're talking about the development, I want to talk to do it, get in Kubwa and to get data from research or protected of they have finance and stronger. So that's really the
that having a like in the that trust the have when you just come friend to see and you say you have it you want support and that talking in the perspective of you that feel convinced about your project have the more project what you maybe if I this mama that's the work the overdue and listen him around and or bad to run around for the and then the trust factor ability of our people is a on the low side and the business of 10,000 naira to away from doing business and having to concentrate be have you cannot eat your cake and have it. You cannot have it and go to BO. Can I advance payment for the last 1 year? And when they look at they look at they have the left and you see every 10,000. Where is this one naira? So need to
thank you very much.
go into formality when we are doing business.
I'm very
Okay.
quickly.
Say by the bit of real estate word important. So we're dealing with a tangible world here. You have men with crowdfunding platforms using other still is the hassle of the issue. I like to say that I've seen a tremendous revolution in this sector, but with the coming of reef and move Q-share platform is actually PropTech. Real life by giving us by developers, creators, every platform. You go in the comfort of your device in toilet somewhere, apply for a house, get your approval, upload your documents, and it's done you on the platform. Done it. We have received money. It's not story. This actually a lot of you that from have a house they will collect letter for that house, and that is the exam work to problem. I think men use of dodgy by the Mofi people, the Emrif people actually solving a real life problem.
Thank you very much. So on I think I have a question. Is it a question? We will just last 2 questions. Very quick. The last two, please. No, we have to take one of you. So
Hello, good morning. And I'm a PropTech solution. My question is fraud. Last, my sister was scammed on a thing. She saw a property. She applied, told come and see. She saw it. She made payment. Euros. Then yes, her scam. Now she went to fill police police paperwork, and the table right. how won't you be able to trace that? It's still. How do we validate the any property? How this is it with this person if anything goes.
Thank you. That's a
So I think what you is a challenge, and that's basically it's one of the very first things that we need to note is that platform basically form. That means it's like a shop window. Before money to it, you've got to be they not just verify, but they you go online and I'm doing JITCO and I say I'm selling a house in Uru, and then it sounds platform. That's a number forms transaction model would have a chain at the back end. So if you are defrauded, you can trace which you actually payment from. We'll be able to track it and trace where your money actually. But important thing to note is that we're not talking of briefcase to borrow Mr. Akimumi's word. As his platform under his bed. Money in any platform, you need to verify them and be sure are existing in real life. You know. I mean, if you go online and check cost structure for instance, fiscal office, they've got referral, testimonial. You to them. You know of platform that Property Pro. If you're going to buy property, they will give you the name of the number, and the small one that will tell you that just before you put the chance. So be very key. Yeah. Maybe after this you can see me, and then I can also discuss that. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, please.
My name is ESV Femi Oyedele. Want to present, and then the panel. I think the tree. When we started this agency business, we used to move from one of collect what we called it was tedious. But now you just sit in the corridor of your and then what Dindai and Kua are offering. I know challenges, but they are not integrated that Nigeria is having. If what you have to ask, even try God, because they are it's not that they cannot improve. They can still improve on that. That thing is comment because of course. I was a kit officer in a mortgage bank before started in business. To me, the way I was trained, asking not of trust. Business trust is just to remind you that you are owing somebody or so that you back money to we ask for something. That's how it's not inside, and it must be something he or she's more the risk on the phone. It's just to tell you that I have something treasure somewhere that I need to collect. Just to make there is a that we, and it shouldn't be that we kit for you to collect loan. I did procurement. Procurement is not time. We will do estate asking sell. I wanted to sell about 6 of land. Then the person came and said, "Can you make a survey? I want the land to be that you make a survey. Is a ant." And he came back and said, can I go? I said, "Can you get this office of not pay? Have to be careful."
All right, thank you. So I think we can deal with the to thank you very much for us, and we look forward to having some. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. What an Please, I crave your indulgence. The practice we've seen in the last days is after the people just leave with the hall tea, and please, for others, people watched you speak, so please to be so distinguished gentlemen, quickly another round of applause for them, please, as they leave the stage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, the Please applause for him. You're very much welcome, sir. Always engaging with and also the FCIB, the president and CEO, El Salem Nigeria Limited Developers Housing Consultant. A round of applause for him. At this point, distinguished will be going into a very, very important under 40 session. We now move into one of the most anticipated highlights of this year's show, the Under 40 CEO session. This event celebrates the bold, dynamic, and visionary young who not only shaping the present but the future housing, construct technology across these are refused who turn challenges into opportunity and those who are for the next. Today they will share their journeys, their insights, and their bold ideas, offering on to the and creativity that will drive Africa's forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in 40 voices of innovation, collaboration, and transformation. Please jam your all of them seated here today. A round of applause for them, for the youth and all the all right, the first to come on stage, he will be the meter for this one man knows how to dress. His tease is impeccable. Ladies and gentlemen, Primo, Chief Executive Officer, Real Limited. Please put your hands together for him. Is that how it happened? Come on, celebrate him. Welcome, sir. Joining him this morning, Tony Kolawole, Group Executive of Holding. Please a round of applause for him. To have architect Dr. Olumayowa founder and CEO Group is around. Is he here? All right. Let me also welcome Dr. Barka Umaru Michelia, the officer managing director, Michelle Homes Limited. Please, a round of applause for him. His around. Let him to be, please. Mr. Abubike Emodi, M8 PLC. And also Akin Kumi Oladipu, agent CEO Nest and Nails Nigeria Limited. Please, a round of applause. You're welcome, sir. The CEO of Michelle Homes Limited to join them. Please, a round of applause for them once again as I hand over the microphone to the moderator.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, before you start, you have 45 minutes.
1 hour. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your moderator. So, and by way, just try to make the MC said the under 40 CEOs. I'm moderator, not under 40. I'm supposed to moderate. All right. Okay. Thank you. The topic we are to talk on today. For me to session. All right. Okay. All right. So the topic we are to Sunday, it's on building for younger generation. Okay. Lots of developers are building for the millennials and the Gen X. Okay, and in the next 5 years, that's maybe from 2030, majority of homes enters the Gen Zs and the millennials that will be first time home in the next 5 years. That's from 2030 upwards. Now, what are plans as in for developers? What are our plans towards building for this next generation? What are the critical areas that we'll have to start looking at? What will be the priorities of these Gen Zs in the next 5 years when they constitute majority of the homeowners, homeowners and buyers? So from Aspire, currently, what are your market segment? What generation, what age group constitutes your the stage of your segment?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, for Tribita Real Estate, which is the arm from one of our company that is into the building development. What we have over this is that telling real estate since 2015, building houses for us. We noticed that.
Can I just call please? We'll be gender sensitive here. Man is to join them on. substance the equation. Miss Ufoma Ilesami, Managing Director, Heaven Homes, Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. Give her rounding ovation, please. Thank you very much. As she joins them. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we noticed that most of buying out properties is from 2021 when we started our object. A 2-bedroom then around AIHS we are still doing for like 23, 24 then that we're building. But within 1 year, 2 years, the price double. So we look at even the young guys in Nigeria, they can't buy the houses that we are selling. That same house that we on there around 19 million to 100 million within 3 years that we are into this business of the material costs that we are using to build all of our houses. Vast majority of people that are buying, vast majority of our clients that are buying are in diaspora. Most of the youths here in Nigeria can't even fund it. So these are one of the things that I want us to add nation Nigeria is really getting the sense of the high on. So I will with the federal government and the private sector all the way where we get a plot of land, then it would be like maybe like 2 million, But now a plot of land isn't coming from allocation from the government. It's around 10 million to 15 million. So and there's no road. That place. We are still the one building our road to our estate. No, thank you.
Thank you. Please, Dr. Ololade Ebute, MDC Abuja, MDC of Gracias and Property. Please, you're supposed to be part of question. Thank you. All right, because 45 minutes, so I need to be straight and direct to the point. What I want to know currently, what's the age group? What age group consists of your sub? Is that?
Thank you.
Just straight answer.
Okay.
45 to 60, straight answer.
Yeah, I would say 45 to 60.
45 to 60. What about, sir?
Morning. We have different skill one, I would say 40 to 60. Then the more price friendly ones 30 to 45.
For us, we have a variety of projects: 2 bed, 3 bed, 4 bed, 5 bed. So we have 35 to 65.
Sorry, what's the question?
The question is, what age group constitutes of your rent?
Let's say late 30s, early 40s. Yeah, late 30s, early 40s.
All right. So what that in the next five will be the largest, will number of first time owners. Those terms of the areas to talk about. What do you think will be their preference for functionality? The form of functionality. What do you think will be the preference of the next generation first-time homeowners?
We believe in functionality. I mean, we are already easy property. For us, for example, in Lagos, are seeing a lot, and we are seeing what they need, what they. In fact, when I thought about this so many the angle in it from time is we started engaging Gen Zs and mentoring them to properties. Proud to now already preparing for this moment. We realize that while they've been asking more for functionality. In you check it very well in development. That's what a lot of people ask for. So yeah, thank you.
You want to go there? On the same question?
Yes. For the next generation, I think they're going for more for functionality. We now want to smaller spaces. They just want the smart environment. I think since getting used to working in small spaces and now we are Abuja is into like Lagos, so people are we're building apartments. So we are looking in the smart spaces now. Isn't what was obtainable 10, 15 years pounds and large spaces.
Oja, MD CEO Brooksaft. Please let's clap for him. Yes, please.
Good morning.
All right. We're talking about smart home. Do you think smart homes will be better or by the next generation of majority homeowners? Yes.
Okay, so earlier with for functionality. Okay, so we've been sold over 300 didn't reach so far. We can tell that demo Gen Z, as you may call them consent about going with what seems clear. And now what they did with ask me, it's option because it's a visa So for the nearest 5 years, what are we doing differently as DNA Group is to see how to mitigate these two things. Whereby functionality meets up to what they want. Now, how again are we approaching this idea? Now, we're staff strength of over 60 and 95% of below 30 years old. Now, they already old idea of what it takes to function have good forms. So with that in mind, I can assure you for the next 5 years, build the demand that be out there. Will not just be about functionality alone, but as well with the form, because of course everybody wants to move it towards
So, in affordability, the aspirations of the next generation, that a lot of segments in terms of for the next generation are the Gen Zs. Do you think the things they aspire they will be able to afford in terms of the next 5 years?
Thank you so much.
Now, affordability, aspiration versus aspirations.
Okay. Affordability against aspiration. So what I see in this is most of the building that we do, some of them will tell you that at the prices we are selling, those functionality that we'll be mentioning on it. Maybe that at basic we will sell for maybe 40 million. Then do you want having all those function out of other things to most of the client that I can't afford this out. So you will see some of the bungalows that we bid in around Ekwe where we bid that for this point the price selling, and for this that does not have this price we are selling. So we should build houses to the take on I would say having it. That's why we are also working with some other companies that can provide this as maybe giving them loan to get it, and they will pay over those functions that they need in their house.
Mr. Onoja, to take that. Yes, Mr. Onoja, affordability, aspiration. You know, to live with this and all of that. In terms of your designs, in terms of the product you are creating or you intend creating for the next generation of first.
Okay, thank you. So let me take it from two parts. In function. From our perspective, the book on the following the function. So because we believe that the next generation are going to be more enthused about their built-up environment destiny. So I think that for the Gen Zs, the millennials, and the likes, they are regular which our fathers love. So they want like their home to become like a haven, like a sort that affordability. Now the conversation on is very related because we all go to the same market. Nigeria 60 what we use in the built-up environment, and the 40% aggregates the iron. See the market rates for those things. So as you want to keep, which is not applicable because urbanization. Aside bungalows, I don't see how the affordability would suffice if we can't beat down the prices. One example, it's a go. Cement was 2.9. You're still running on the project. Cement is 10,000. How would that product was thereabouts now like times 5? How will it be? I think the question on affordability conversation, except we're going to go back to the village and we're going to be mortar and just bungalows.
Okay. When I'm talking about affordability, I'm not talking about local housing. All right, I'm talking about the market segment that's the for the next that is will institute about majority of owners, because currently I think we have if I take average from your feedbacks, will be currently within 40 to 60 that constitute the majority of the homeowners currently. Not to say some Gen Zs are not buying now, but the majority in affordability. Now the Gen Zs, you want a smart home, you want a loft, so you aspire to have some kind of environment. And if the majority cannot afford that kind of environment that they aspire, so how do you balance this?
Okay, so one thing, he's very right. A lot of people cannot afford what they want. And that was the major reason why I on building to sell, I started building. So building for them, you carry them through the process. Reality. It is impossible for us to bend measures. We cannot. There are some things we cannot do. Reality is reality. If you cannot afford it, you can. So what we can do is communicating reality to them, selling reality to them. A lot of people can afford it. That's the truth. But some cannot. Not. Cut your quotes according to price that you can afford. Building for people opened my eyes to a lot. Houses I'll build and sell for 200 million. If I build for you, you'll be spending about 250 million and I'll carry you through the process. But if I build that house and want to sell you will free. But carrying you through your 200 million, 50 million, you will see that reality is reality. So if you ask me, I would say they should just go for what they can afford. That's
all right. Okay. So, so what innovative models are you employing? You know, because on this question, ability versus aspiration, have you considered that you can do some management, you know, in terms of being able to create what the next generation want, as against, I mean, for instance, you can have a 2 bedrooms of 200 square meter space, and you can have a 2 bedrooms apartment of 94 square meter space. Are you all of these areas in terms of affordability against aspiration?
Yes. And yes, I'm going to answer that question, but I want to answer the previous. And the reason is because I think it's important that we level and balance that question. For me personally, I'm Haven for almost 14 years. I am young and I know where I started from. And it's important that I pass message today. I remember when I started as a developer. We has been in business for 35 years, but I've been in there for 14. I'm the end company. The very important how we plan for people in the next 5 years are able to buy property. And what we started doing was the case of mentorship. We started mentoring younger people to be able to buy land in as far as Badagry, so that those lands we appreciate within the next 5 years, and you're able to sell and buy properties in set areas that are closer to town, and that way the young generation are able to buy. So for us, it's more of mentorship, and we've seen it happen. They go mentored a lot of people to start selling our and tell they don't just own their properties, they are the today. So me, it's important. It's affordable. Instead of us just focusing on the price point, we can't buy it, people can't buy it, some people can buy it. The point is, how do we mentor this generation to be for this in the next 5 years? It's gradually building them through mentorship, and that is very important. Happen for us over time. And then to answer your question, John, how do we the law of recession of the prop tech? I mean, what has happened now is that we are now having people decide that they're going to own one property together. They own that property together and start getting investments from that property, and they're able to now buy. And they could own as small as 10, 200 can own 100 square meter, and somebody can own another. People are now beginning to own together. Opportunities are coming where people own it, and you cannot own it together for long. You own one property together for 2 years, 3 years, you sell it off, you cannot buy your own. I think we must focus, even if we're talking about the case of affordability, we must focus on the fact that the next generation can buy. How do they buy? It's strategies around these ways that people can buy. I think that just the aspiration comes through. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So I will ask you. True. Or do you think if young opportunity of home ownership, as in the younger generation now, do you think cut or reduce Japan.
Okay, that's if we encourage for the next jackpot, I think that's a mindset thing. I I I started in another industry, that's the event industry, and I started investing in real estate, let's say 15, 12, 13 years ago. Then we started owning in space. After COVID, myself and my wife decided to move into real estate, and we had to sell some to start. We are into site and services. That's our fourth, and young homeowners really live at another. Believe we can do something. We can make a mini life out of we have here in Nigeria. I retired from, or I resigned as a legislative aid sometimes, and business, and people were like, okay, are you sure you know what you're doing? And started very small, and here we are today. We have about 150 workers altogether in both our states. And I never thought about it for once to Jackpa. So I almost not really, shouldn't be something young Sean want leave stay. It's a thing. We have to put it in the minds of younger ones to believe in our country. The truth is, Nigeria is green, Africa is green. We've got a lot of Lebanese. They're all coming here to own properties. So what are we looking?
Okay. You know what we're looking at here is this: the government gives the opportunity, the opportunity the M, for instance, you know, and of course there are some arguments. If a lot of these people, property, you know, with that platform, they'll probably leave the property and then they leave the country. And or the younger generation, you know, believe again in the system that the to own abroad, the same opportunities are available for you here in the country. Do you think this will help the younger generation in any way?
Okay, so I think the younger generation we're talking about here also comes in two different demographics. We would have the investors, which are also generation. They also have the home owners or the home buyers. Now the question is, what policies is government place to checkmate those opportunities like the Emirate? Because the country is out of place for a young population or a young person to also want to go invest, not just because they want to own a home. So regarding them buying after owning a home, that's not the issue. But one policy that make sure those houses are not just abandoned or left empty, or people going to those things for selfish desires. Because like you mentioned, outside the country there, people own young people years old are privileged to own homes due to government policies, and they don't necessarily stay in those houses. Also helps investment for them, and as well provide home ownership for other younger and also prepare to future. I think I mentioned to prepare 5 years. What do you do? 3 angles: financial readiness. That's where government comes in. You must make people ready financially. Of course, our economy of the young generation to be ready financially. But with the right policies I'm sure when there's availability of policies that create that financial readiness, I can tell you most just japa for the sake of looking for homes, because a lot of persons that even leave the country are not living because they lack shelter. They are living for other things. Home ownership is very, very important. When government put policies that helps people acquire access, those are meet need requirements will be able in turn to access was able to see it. Meaning this by the ready and also smart. How do you get ready in the next 5 years? What researches are you doing today? I like you mentioned about a 2-bedroom that can be 200 square meter. Another can be 100. What makes it? You can do smart researches and you put a 100 square meter 2-bedroom to be better than the 2-bedroom 200 square meter and becomes more affordable. So in the next years, what I think our young CEOs should be basically you put technology, smart tech. Thank God for competition these days. So a lot of things are coming up. 2 days back, one engineer spoke here about they are doing homes affordable. Now we shouldn't just be relaxed as CEOs. We should be able to research, travel, and see how do you prepare for the yes. Which important and also helps your business, because I want to sustain my business, so I must keep researching to ensure that I meet.
All right. Thank you. Mr. David, how are you incorporating sustainability, necessarily increasing cost?
Okay, fantastic question. Now, for sustainability, definitely one of the development goals. So one of the things we're doing regarding, I'll bring it back again and again. I'll tie it up with the millennials, because why I keep going that route is because we've done a bit of our research. That most of the millennials stay within the urban centers, and the pricing is up for is a different conversation. The question on sustainability. So since we know that reason because that's where we operate from, right? The master in Abuja, in the city centers where we have our developments going on, they've been the layout high low density layouts. Now for you works with a 5,000 square meters to have access to work, we now realize that the green areas, every other areas that we should play around with on the ground is no longer there. So one of the things we are in for sustainability, not necessarily adding a lot of technology inside, is that now we are playing around the roof open terraces. A lot of green architecture is being added, and so we are paying attention to those things. And everybody has a place to escape to. Have because a little plot, and what would their control is that, look, this little plot, 12 families giving you approval, for instance, then how do we, everywhere is just hard landscape, so we're able to do those things in terraces, whatever it takes, that people can have that experience of nature approach in introducing sustainability in our design process.
All right, thank you. Same question. How are you incorporating sustainability with cost?
Sorry about that. Okay, so yes, talking about change quickly. At times, a house can be more expensive than on 1,000 square meter. So it has not really about the size, about what you want. It's realistically, whatever you can afford, it is possible for you. Okay. Let me quickly say this. For our young generations, we need to face reality. On that, investment, like she said, just to buttress what she said, if you can afford to buy prime today, you can buy rural. That rural will become prime at some point. I built my first house in my early 20s. If there was, but that was what I could afford as a day. It's time. So obtaining the economy of invest, encouraging people to invest, and letting them face reality that they should go according to their pockets. And also talking about Jackpa, let me quickly deviate. Most of our clients are from abroad, so for now I cannot discourage Jackpa. Our government needs to help our people. Realistically, our people cannot afford what we build to do. Realistic. A lot of our clients they are abroad, they are diasporans. So when you say stop from Jackpa, I would say if you invest and you want to Jackpa, if that will aid more investment. You know, if you think, because invest, don't limit yourself to one investment. Don't do just one and think that's it. Just explore and ensure to do more. That's all I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. Aspire. Where do you think the younger generations want? Okay, where do you think the younger generation?
Yeah.
What area do you think you want to?
Okay, most of the younger generation in the urban area, but because that is where everything that they need, because you don't need to travel very long, access everything that you need as a young. So what we do in us is those aspects of Lagos like Ekpe and the rest, they are not becoming urban. That's why we call it building in the suburban and developing the suburban. When you look at what we in Lagos State, like the of Nigeria, we need that should know the road in Lagos, because Lagos is not that big compared to other states, to make sure that the road that leads to all the plot of land are done. So we've been fighting for this all along, and we see what Lagos State government are doing. They are opening more areas. So those places that we are calling the suburban, where urban area, they are now becoming urban by the construction of road and the rest. So even our youth, the younger generation, they are moving towards that area, and we implore our government to do more for us. We are just like Oliver Street now. We are asking more.
Okay,
they should do more of the road, so that where they can't afford, like the Lekki environment, the VI, the Koyi, they can't afford those areas. Younger cannot afford those areas. So they should do more to build roads, network, to build the size.
Okay, thank you. How can we design and accommodate the younger generation to be able to live in the environment and where to live in?
Thank you very much. I kind of already mentioned it, which is that what we're seeing, I'll talk about rental first. What we're seeing in the market now is especially, I mean, I'm in Lagos, I'll talk about that. So we're seeing more people rent together. And that was designs, we're now beginning to look at designs we can moving together. You know, co-ownerships are beginning to emerge. It's been working out quite rental, and even owners, as we have done, even these developers, we've also been able to design to suit the needs of the owners, so that they can meet up to this demand that on co-ownership now. Even before, we used to do more of detached, but now we're doing more smaller units, so that people can, in that same block where somebody will typically have 2 units there, you're now having 3-4 units that people can own together. So that's what's been going on in the market right now. So I think more young people are beginning to be able to afford certain areas, because the units are beginning to be shared. There are more co-ownership arrangements that are going. Units are 2-bedroom that is typically 40 now, as opposed to what we typically will see. So designs are changing with trend. Thank you.
Thank you. In other words, we should consider in order to be able to have multi-families DMA activation.
Okay, do you want to take it again, please? The question again.
That is, younger generation. What do you think the younger generation want to live in, and why?
I think if you ask, I think I see a lot of young here, and most of them, if I'm not mistaken, the answer will be they want to live where they get what they want. And the question is, what do they want? It's functional, whereas as infrastructure. What do you develop to make them access livelihood? Or mentioned about government, but as a developer, I don't like to blame government too much. I won't point it back to the society. How do I best? So for me to be sustainable and to give the younger generation what they need is being able to put being able to put the right appeal to their own desire also. Short city of so at least three places, these three things together, this spark. I'm concerned about whether they want to live where I build or not. Because in the real first is, can they afford it? So you have to for no short. Do the location, these things together. Infrastructure, proper design, and security. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take that too?
What I say is we building. It's not just about what you are building, but the external, like the area that we're talking about. They are very wide, they are very big. As a developer, I've noticed this over time. Going to developers, for us to develop the infrastructure that leads is very big thing. Imagine for us in Lagos, there's called IDC, infrastructure development. We are when we are, example, we are building houses in this estate we've been building for some time now. We are doing 100 houses. They are taking that charges from us for them to do the road that you have built. This money has been removed from us. We paid it to government. At the end of it, we are the one the road that leads to your houses. So we can't have affordable houses. Done. So at the end of the day, they have to put the road. I have to put these prices on houses that I'm selling.
We are not talking about affordability now. We're just the essence of this is planning for the next generation homeowner. That is the majority. The fact that by projection, in another 5 years, by 20, majority of the first-time homeowners will be.
There's no majority. There will not be first-time owner. If there is no majority, there will not have many first owners. So we must still talk about affordability. And for us to have affordability, all this information, as we are paying this, we should be seeing it in our building.
All right. Thank you. Please, you can go ahead now.
Yeah, well, I think my thought pattern is very close. What they want, it's what they want at the end of the day. I think they want to mass. They want to be in the hub of things. They want to a very functional environment. But the question is, can they really afford it? So when we're doing our HR department, when we're advertising, we'll say, okay, we're advertising for architects that stays around maybe Jai, Katampe, Mabushikado, because we're already thinking of your transportation, we're already thinking of your house rent and others. So we put this into consideration even when we're employed. So I think there is a way we can wishes without the pocket.
Okay. Are we not supposed to be designing to our product to be able to fit affordability of our target market.
So about stability, because I think that's basically what we're talking about and building for the future. Of course, there's business if you're not building for the market. Now the question is, what do you even know about the market?
Maybe you should hold on, because I think there are a lot of distractions here.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. All right, please, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I think first it comes from a knowledge of the market. How much knowledge you know about it? Because you can't really want to sustain your business, or you can't sustain your business if you're not mindful of the market. Now the question is, what does the market? We run a business that's for the economy. Previous episode how to go Abuja. We're starting new projects. We look at the previous years. What has the economy been like? Also to designs that meet up with the economy, that can people really afford these things. Now, of course, expire. Who will be those in the out 5 years? What are you doing today to ensure that you can be sustained and be in business in the 5 years? Of course, like we said, they are going to be mostly the Gen Zs or the younger generation. Now, what do we do today differently? Is by creating designs turn out and both affordable at the same time. Because let's be realistic with ourselves. Everybody either want to own a home that is affordable or want to make returns on their investment. So either way, you must work with designs that meet those two parameters, that are affordable for people to be able to live in or purchase, but are also affordable for investors to be able to enjoy. So we do it in 2020. Putting on place. First, it is functional. 2, it is affordable. 3, it is in a good location, and by good location, I mean we upgrading or making sure that look right structures, the right security. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the built environment, in terms of the infrastructure younger generation will want in an environment, are we able to do this in the core urban centers, in suburbs? The critical infrastructure, what are the infrastructure you think the younger generation will prefer to have within environment? How are you considering those structure to suit their lifestyle, right? Because it's not just about the apartments alone, right? And other key infrastructure will suit a lifestyle in the built environment. How are you integrating that into development? Brooks, Africa, yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. So for the next generation, part of the thing us, and I think the government also plays a very fundamental role. I think happening in recent times, government of roads that has been opened up, and that has given birth to new looking. So one of the things that a lot of developers are now doing, in line with what some of my colleagues have said, is that we are now going into to see like the security of management has not fully been put in place. The security architecture of those locations, because for those of us that are into development, even when you start the construction process, we always have the issues of the thefts and all that comes on the project or on the site. So that is one aspect that the assistance of the government to aid development. Other point I'd like to note is that within our planning for bigger projects that are now a bit of skirts part of Abuja, we can now infuse things that makes the community we are creating a more friendly, where the young millennials in the next 5 years can live there, can work there, can play there, can definitely raise their family there. Just make it a comprehensive development. However, those kind of things in locations within town might not be 100% achievable because of the zoning. But balancing that in the conversation with the jack buying, I also want to say that from reliable data, which we found that 15 years, the country becomes a young person to actually even own a home in the first world and the like. So why don't you take that time out here and let's begin to invest in the future is going into. Like in Abuja, a lot of places are opening up, and like my colleague has said, so if you cannot afford town, we're giving you that ability for us to, or let's go to the suburbs and watch it evolve. Because one of the questions we like to ask ourselves at the Books Africa, like we're in Transcorp right now, and you look at the videos, look at the pictures of first statistically, where was my father 30 years ago when people were coming to buy bush in Transcorp? So right now, it's for me to now, my child is going to ask me 30 years from now, Dad, where were you when people were buying in Karsana, when people were buying here and there? So as young generation and as millennials, I like us to also take out that route without things much as we like to live in town. We know that you really cannot afford to buy what we sell in town. So let's go to our brothers and our parents, the young. I would like us to also look at the route of some sort for our children. You can buy into these properties the trust salt so that they don't get children and along the way can benefit parents and all that. These are the things that because honest, the buying power of our clients are parents or people that have settled abroad. So for parents that come to buy, we have clients that are now buying in their children's name and the like in the church. Also put that to young parents that are a bit stable right now.
Right.
Can consider that.
Thank you very much. So in 1 minute, for developers, for any development and still be relevant in the market in the next 5 to 10 years, what will be your advice? And I'll start from you in 1 minute.
Okay, so if you want to be relevant as a developer 5 years, first, what kind of staff do you have? Because that's very, very key. Who are your team players? Because remember, for every sustainable business, your team is very, very important. Long. So I started from home first. How are you equipping your team to be able to sustain your business for the next 5 years, 10 years, knowledge of the market? Have you to be able to giving out what is required of the market?
Thank you. Aspire.
Thank you. Our developers should be more innovative in their building, bring out more innovation, those houses that people love to live in, not just buying houses, but buying something that when I come, I know that this is home. Where and at the end of the day, the people's houses, they want to sell these houses and move to another place. So build houses that have those functionalities that people that home.
All right, thank you.
And for us at the Books Africa, major things we are paying attention to in the next phase is that we'll put our organized place corporate governance, because for us to attract and be a bit stable, you need to put corporate governance in place. As much as we're young and we have innovative and innovative solutions, we also have fathers in the industry that we now report to guide and guard us as light. So I think every young developer should be able to have their organizational structure in place, corporate governance, and every other thing. So they don't just look at you as the alpha and omega, people that will report to that guide us through the process. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, for us at Nest and Nails, I'll cover trust, delivering what we've promised our clients, under promising and over delivering for in 5 years. It means that you've delivered what you promised today. The lifeline are the clients and funds, of course. So if we're able to manage both, I believe we'll still be in 5 years. Before I'll acknowledge the presence of my former boss. I'll say my all I've ever worked with, and the person of Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, a leader and a visionary. She's a youth corper, and I served in a committee, and I worked TV 3 years. Or let me say my bosses, because I can also see Honorable Thank you.
For us at Haven Homes, I think one of the main things that we want to encourage developers to do is to focus energy on a lot of prop tech solutions right now, because that will ultimately grow your business, more connections with different people. What we've done in Lagos developer, I mean, we're brothers and sisters, because we are trying to form that kind of association where we all know each other enough to be able to work together in so many ways to provide and reduce the housing deficit generally. And lastly, there's nothing that will stop us being a trust. We're in a time and season where developers are being labeled a lot of names right now. Keep us in the market for the next 10 years is your trust, integrity, and your reliability. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Say for us to remain in the markets for the next 10, 20, 30 years, it's very important that we innovate and we ensure to do the right thing even when nobody's watching. And do not beyond what you can chew. And understand, for me and my fellow developers, we need to understand that people's money is not our money. People's investment is not our personal money. So if we have that at the back of your mind, we can go 20, 30, 40, 50 years as long as we live. Thank you.
Can we clap for our panel this morning? I want to believe we can live with this. I believe we had a fruitful conversation, and this is all of us, and generation developers coming, and for us to be able to design and build for the next generation, so that we're conscious of the against the Gen X that is going, and for us to consider the Gen Zs that are coming, their lives and expectations in terms of real estate investment. And for other companies and other leaders and emerging developers to embrace, like David said, help in terms of sustainability, both for the business and for the industry. We thank you very much, and we Africa in our housing show for the opportunity afforded the younger generation of developers in this year's event. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. This has been a insightful session, and we've seen that the CEOs are the future's sector, the house sector. Please, another round of applause for them, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while this session was going on, someone very important walked into this room. She is a visionary leader, a pioneering broadcaster, a former legislator and diaspora advocate. She is currently the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. Of course, the pioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together with a loud of Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, a woman who is doing good stuff, aware of what you are doing. The AIHS is aware of your housing for diaspora that is ongoing. We really do appreciate you, and keep your doors open, because we'll be coming to you often collaborations. Thank you very much. We crave your indulgence, man. A session will go on for just 45 minutes before we call on you to do what you have to do here. Please, another round of applause for her. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to recognize the presence of the President, Nigeria Institute of Architects, Architect Mobolaji Ade. A round of applause for her. Also with us here is Estate Surveyor Olufemi Oyedele, MD, CEO of Fame Oyster and Company in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have the Abia State Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Chukwu Merije. A round of applause. I also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Abdurrahman Terab, FMIC. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. More recognitions will be done shortly, immediately after this session. It is now time for me to call to Associations and Corporations of Nigeria, AIHSN. They will be having a session on why insurance must sit at the housing table. I beg your pardon, their session is on redefining the roles of housing corporations in mass housing provision in Nigeria. The moderator for this session is Toye Eniola, Executive Secretary, AIHSN. Please, a round of applause for him. Joining him on stage will be Estate Surveyor Eno Ebonga, President, AIHSN. Please give him a round of applause to the stage. Builder Dr. Samaila Adamu, MD, Yobe State Housing Corporations. A round of applause for him. Mr. Adeola Olusodo, ED, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation. Please, a round of applause for him. Engineer Professor Samson Duna, DG, Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ugochukwu Chime, Chairman, Copen Group and Chairman, AIHSN Board of Trustees. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to welcome you to this special session, and we are looking at redefining the role of housing corporation in mass housing provision. You will agree with me that before now, housing corporation has been a major driver of mass housing. And the first housing estates were birthed by housing corporation through the establishment of Lagos Executive Development Board in 1928, which later renewed as the Lagos State Development and Corporations that we all know today. And started the mass housing provision. And in 1945, when there was a workers' strike, it became there is an urgent need for an organized housing estate. So at independence, all the 4 regional housing corporations regional has to into regional corporation that were responsible for house, which gave back to an estate like Bodija housing estate developed by Western Housing Corporation. It became necessary that establish their own. And if you look at the state capital today, the foremost housing estate that we see in those states were birthed by all housing corporation. And they have been rendering these services, providing mass housing, especially for medium and low income group from the beginning. And until about year 2000, that we began to witness downward trend in production. And since then, most of these houses corporations have been relegated to the background, and they could no longer perform their role. We began to wonder, why do we have this? When the 2000 National Housing Policy was made, it clearly stated the roles of the housing corporations as the dressing in each state. But with the introduction of in housing, because it was discovered that housing corporations could no longer perform this role again, because government had to withdraw his involvement in financing housing estate, which gave back to, well, Redan. And since the introduction of Redan, housing corporations were degraded. They were, because most of the responsibility given to them, the government were no longer interested. So, wondering what's happening? What can we do to react activities of this state housing corporation? And that is the essence with this session. And I believe that as we go into it, we will have an insight into what is happening, background, going into the discussion for more insight into what has been happening in the sector. First question, we go to Dr. Dr. Chimen has been the chair of Enugu Housing Development Corporation before he was appointed chair board of trustee of the Association of Housing Corporation, and he's also the former president of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. So he has the aspect of mass production of housing and also in the private sector. So from your experience, actor, you think are responsible for this sudden change of being used of mass?
Thank you, Cheniola. You are putting me on a hot seat by men that have been Real Estate Association of Nigeria, who appear to resolve the functions of Association of Housing Corporation. And here I'm sitting, having sat on both seats. Let me put it this way. In 2000, 5 years ago, the governor of Taraba State, Reverend Jolly Nyame, come a review housing station. Taraba was a local government headquarters, and when the state was created and it was made capital of Taraba State, Jalingo didn't have houses. And then they asked us as consultants to come look at what the challenge was. Then when we came in there, we took a census of the number of people who have died on the road commuting from Jalingo to come and work of the north hours or those service in Jalingo worked. When we did that, we were able to decide on the loss of productivity part the state civil servants, and therefore found out there was urgent need for them to intervene in assisting the civil servants to provide houses for them in Jalingo and no more commuting and dying on the road from Yola. At the end of it, we gave a recommendation that the fact assisting them to is not about for them, about increasing the productivity of the state civil service. And later on had to go ahead about 500 housing units between 2000 and 2001. My season that is the productivity of the civil servants. So when we look at the issue of the housing corporation again to a role, we may need to know that by now the housing corporation from receiving with this I am we decided to go by way of privatization and was when the subsidy was withdrawn in 1992. Thereafter, they were now told to become commercialized, fit-centered. No more assisting in home ownership privilege. Can be the foundation of our problem. So what is then the solution from our own point of view? The solution is to look again at, are we looking at shelter provision, help the, are we looking to increase productivity by way of and that mission. We have gone around to look at this factor from the governors, and I think it is something that I'm happy that some of the appointees to the of the executive and the board of housing corporations cannot have to speak truth to some of the governors. So, in combination with this and the civil and change they could have done to make their housing corporation to be viral, they are not allowed to do that. So, my thinking is that they are calibration on manning or raising the earth. Why are the housing corporations created in this? So the government can use them subsidizing urban poor. Trying to transfer that responsibility to the real estate developers who are private individuals does not work out well. They are not empowered by the civil service process to public problems. So the first thing is to advocate to the governors to once more to look at the fact that some of the civil servants, where they are commuting to work, transportation alone consumes the whole salary in a month. Because and get housing. Think our appreciation of the need to assist the urban poor to own housing by looking at it from the point of view of productivity if they live in a better accommodation in a nearby place, than looking at it from assist. That poor view has to change. Number two is the fact that we have seen that housing corporation can become an infrastructure, being a government institution, as a means of reducing the cost. Infrastructure constitutes up to 30% of the cost. If government is able to trust this responsibility to the housing corporation, it will be quite easier for us to bring the housing to play that role. What believe that we have to do going forward to carry the advocacy through the means of the political appointees who are there at the whims and caprice of but institutions like African International Housing Show, another body that can stand on their own and to see the need for us to help the rest of our people, the urban poor in particular, to own homes through these institutions which are there in every state of the nation. There is no other body that have an effective all this like housing corporation. We are there in every state, we are there in FHA, and we are there in other research institutions that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the president, housing corporations are statutory creation by government, and they are meant to provide mass housing. But what we is that ministry supposed policy makers are the ones that are building subsidy, while the housing corporations that are saddled with that responsibility in the association. What role you are doing or playing to address you? Do you think there is any need for policy realignment to meet the current, housing deficit that we have confronting us?
Well, thank you, thank you, my TT, for your contribution. You gave a very good background on issues, but let me take you down memory lane. In the early 70s, we just came out from Nigerian civil war, and there was need for reconstruction and rehabilitation, and we had government, and thanks to that military government, there was a mod was given to all the military governors that they should their own. And no, in other words, housing corporations are a creation of the law. And if you look at it, it stipulates who should be at the board, who should be at the management, who should be at the technical aspect of that organization. The military people took that seriously. And that is why if you go to all the states, old states of the Federation, you find houses that built housing corporations. But in 1992, when they said commercialization, you remember there was a little transition between 1991 and 1990, the since of the Third Republic. Some states of Cross River State is one of them, from Cross River State Housing Corporation to the property and incorporated it into limited liability company. And being a creation of the law, the state houses of assembly had a responsibility to enact these laws to establishing the housing. I'm talking to you now as a president of GMs and so on. They are still operating that model edict that General gave through the Supreme, meaning that these states do not have proper laws. And then, so it is a big problem. It from 99, because from that 1999 we set us who many of them do not even know that there is a law guiding those places. You find out SAs, PAs, and so on. And even as I'm talking to you, more than 50 housing corporations do board of how can funds. How can you do anything when you do not have even the board of directors? Because it fails the principle. So as I'm now, well, I am talking like this because I'm more housing and I've seen some of these things. But as the president of the Association of Housing, I'm trying to point to things. One, they involve, first of all, try to put up your structure. And that is why we have tried to say, let us have a chairman who is experienced person. And then two,
the minister is the conversation. So by the time the strength of an individual or is the people around you. So when I have the minister as my grand patron, some as the trust, I know that I can stand on my 2 feet because people will not be looking at them. The process is driven. The governors are the or the people in control of housing corporations. The body language, finances, the interest determines whether the thing goes, whether the thing succeeds or not. There is this struggle also between commissioners who are ESCO members and supervised housing corporations. You discover that when there is a conflict, nobody talks for you a member. So it's very, those issues are very crucial. So with the caliber of people beside me, the gov, and they have the knife, and most of the National Council of Land and Housing, most of them don't attend AGMs and council meetings of operations. They say, "Oh, we have not we have not been." So some of those issues that are pushing us down, but things have in place in this little administration that I have just started, and we are beginning to hold regular advocacy, setting up regional zone coordinators, so that a number of them will come back to the fold. We also proposing things that will involve the housing corporation. So I think for now, it's work in progress, I'll tell you, and it's positive in my own thinking.
Very much. Now, are we going to who is from LSDPC? And LSDPC housing Nigeria. And LSDPC has it all from mass to low income housing. 80s. But now is the PC their operations. They concentrate on in fact they really do low cost. My question then is, what informed this decision? And how have you been coping going into that instead of the low cost housing?
Thank you, Rachel. Had the myriad of that the housing corporations are all going through, and I'm for in LSDPC had privilege having Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a governor of Lagos State 1999, and in his wisdom, so what he did basically was, you see, out of the civil structure, which has crippled others. Because really what has happened is that there has been a change, and that change, just like the president said, that has affected corporations. Immune from because we became commercialized in 1999. Now, what that meant for us was that there was no subvention for us. From 1999, no subvention. So we had to generate our own revenue. So as of today, our salaries alone in LSBC is about $1 million every month. And we pay. So what it means is that for me, they are self-looking words and say, I think it's time we all commercialize. And what that does for every housing company, it all takes you, it immunes you from issues. Because as a commercialized entity, then you have the privilege of reporting to the governor. You have access to your governor. It's just stay alone. Right now, we have access to. We must virtually report to the governor. We have commissioner also oversees what we do, but we report directly to the governor's office. So it gives you access,
And then you also have access to generate your own revenue. You don't have to wait for subvention, and which will not come, and then cripples whatever you are doing. What we have also seen, I mean, for the young entrepreneurs who just finished the session that just rounded up, under 40s, all of them, geography, and a changing need of housing. And I beg to say that even the structure that we run in most of this in the civil service today is not actually fitting into the society, the change that is taking place in the country. And so we must reposition ourselves to be functional. We must reposition to be relevant to what is happening right now. Now, let me come back to what you said. I mean, when Alhaji Jakonde was there, LSEBC produced over 20,000 houses within 4 years because of his own model, which no one has been able to match or replicate. Now, commercial, Actor John B. Antonio is somewhere around here. He was a GA. Added to provide 5,000 houses. 4 years, Asiwaju was the governor. And then, unfortunately, we found ourselves going to borrow from commercial banks because coming for us. That time now, interest rates were in about 30%, 35. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time to that, we were heavily in debt. Ourselves holding over 3 billion as a corporation, and it took the dexterity of as a banker to be able to get us out of that debt. When we got out of that debt, we looked at ourselves and I said, we cannot use short-term funding to do. There was a smash. It was not going to. And so what we did basically was that we then decided to do what we call affordable luxury, which meant that we had to come and then the high income market do is called dividend to the government. I mean, every year we pay about $1 billion to Lagos State as dividend to subsidize mass housing. So the Ministry of Housing built houses, affordable housing, which is taxpayers' money from the government revenue, and then we pay subvention from our profit to government to belong to us. We pledge our land and also put in $1 billion of our cash into development. By the time the 8 million, the 3 bed was about 10 million. Design was Lagos Homes design. We were $5 million to affordable, but contributing our quota to the mass house. So that's the model we run, is that we bring also when I come back. Thank you
for that runs. Then I go to Builder Samag. Now, that not do anything, but we have just few like LCPC who have just mentioned that they are doing something things. You are managing to do some house the low income group. What is it that your organization and the state are doing differently that other states are not doing that makes it impossible for you to navigate the market?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Actually, usually all your housing corporations are at the liberty of the state governors. As a government, you have the order of the governor. We are very lucky. When I came in there, there's nothing going on there. Even anybody that was posted there as a ground going on operation. So when I try to interest of the politicians and the government sometime out coming into the to their compound. So when I got developers, particularly clearly is family homes, we started engaging them. They agreed to construct 1,600 houses. Because no anybody that is staying in any 3 to 4 households in his house from his relatives that were sent away by this. So it's pathetic issue. When you prepare any human being must have a sympathy on you. So based on that, they agreed to construct 3,600 houses for us. I meet the administration, and when we plot of land is not a problem. Land is not a problem from Nigeria, particularly in our Yobe. We have a vast land. We acquired the land from the Ministry of Land and Survey, which was given to us by the government. We handed over the title to the farm. Construction of the houses launch. We later realized there are some shortcomings. Never built infrastructure, roads, water, electricity were not there. The government took often insists that they are going to provide those infrastructure. So we started the project, but actually, because they supervise the projects. The house have been completed. We have allocated them and 50 were fully completed. Because of the we have to the number of the houses from this project to provide some infrastructure that the houses will be conducive for the low income. And the most important thing that I want to tell you that government has a role to play. When we look at the cost of the houses provided, it's just very cheap at 6,000 plus. You know, materials there are available, sun, and sites. The government decided to provide subsidy and source houses at 50% to the low income groups. 50% of the cost was reduced. Nearly 80% of the cost now. Now we are working. We'll be discussing with shelter. We'll be discussing with Parent Mortgage Bank again to secure some projects. All other housing corporations, if they want to prosper, they have to become closer to the government area. Housing development. Before we can now see how we can maneuver to secure our own way. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Now, Professor Duna, we have been experiencing high cost, and there's so much dependency demand by most of our developers. Aware that NIBRE has done a research is this so? And how do you think we can reduce housing, especially for the income group?
Thank you. This opportunity given to me, respect what NIBRE has been doing. NIBRE is the acronym for NBRRI, Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, located at different Nigeria. NIBRE is established to carry out research in area of building. What we do basically research in area of building material and adding value to where the things are done. NIBRE part of research, especially to do with items that has to be with alt area. Normally, when a building material is to be an alternative, it's simply to meet criteria. Available. Is it durable? Does it make up certain requirements to do for a material to be accepted? It has been carried out some tests on the material, and those materials. But basically, we ask ourselves, why are people nibri? I can give you because of reason. Number one, it has to do with taste and class. Nigerians like he has the area, and this best quality comes with cost. All these materials that are imported, as long as from our research, we're able to confirm that the consumer material cost not increase. The cost of building will continue to increase. People do not want to come to local content. The local content as makes it looking local. Nobody would like to say he wants to go with something local. The class of difference in society plays a role. But they've come up with semi-roof. We have come up with roofing material using clay. We have come up with materials that has an alternative, and it has been found to be promising. Whereas all this, the issue of banning, if a plan come by government material foreign, let us ban it. Let's look inward to see what is available. Things will peradventure, this is what I sell. If you don't partner with me, how will the way I think if my products? So I want let's appreciate it that our own. Once it is our own, even if people outside are not patronized, we Nigerians patronize what we produce and what is made available. When there is a ban, we'll start looking inwards. I thank God during the time of COVID, they could expose who we are. Don't bring out anything as far as this thing is. We are happy the local content issue is coming up now. We are looking inward, working hard. There is no material that is not existing. Alternative material is concerned. As I said, number one is we prefer something high test. You want to be moving around, people be pointing out this beautiful house belongs to so person. By so doing, you go above your class. But if we can come with a general idea that everybody housing will be made available for everybody. That is my idea. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're now. So on the last note, Dr. can be done to take care of the because when you look at what is happening in the market right now, it's obvious that somebody who is on level 12 will got to even buy a house. So what do you think can be done to take care of this sector of people, the low and medium? In fact, the middle income are being eroded. So what can we do to take care of their housing need?
Thank you so much. I'd like to say that it does not require one item. It has to be a box, a collective of issues that we have to look at. My brother Prof mentioned something about advocacy, to know that you have to take what you can afford. You don't have an excess. It's a diagonal issue also. You move from Lagos, where you have large that they can even on management to run and take care of their overhead, to Yobe State, where you don't even up to 1,000 housing units. So we have to look at it and find out clear for each of the housing corporation, and on over months an involvement of government, because you cannot use, if you are going to look at all the housing corporations, Lagos State in terms of statistics is an outlier. It has advantage housing corporation. And two, there's a fact that when you look at the element of the salaries of those who are in those housing corporations, you have to see a way of making sure that proper incentives are given both to the staff and other people, because most of them are not attracting innovative people who can move that forward. They are the appointees in most of those housing corporations is a reward for political suffering. Finally, let me put this down. It is important to note that we can never have the people at the bottom of it without government support. Let me put it out clear there. In some of the late terrain, they got to provide the civil servants and those who can provide some form of incentive, form of subsidy. Even in the United States of America, they still provide some form of subsidy for the urban poor. That is something that we must have to address. You cannot claim that you are looking for revenue under commercialization and production and leave out the urban poor. The insecurity slum we have consigned them will affect all of us where we are living. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lusodo, what kind of innovative financing model we can introduce to help productive?
Well, from my experience, what I advise corporations should start collaborating in developers. Like you said, unfortunately, maybe at this state, no private developers. At least there will be one or two. And so what for them is to make the government yourself available as a platform, as a government to enhance business. So what it does is you give them your umbrella. And so everything that has to do with government relations, and all that, you are able to help facilitate those things. And what it means is there is a synergy between the government. And what it means is that you also generate revenue. And to generate revenue from providing. It helps you to also look at how to provide. There are different of the market. So the stratas that they can cater for, you are able to collaborate with them. One of the things we have done successfully is that we have a very viral and very strong joint venture I had as a executive director of business development. And that right now we have about 30 projects running, both commercial and residential buildings all over Lagos. We have also assisted from not only partnering with developers, those guys will tell you that with us has really enhanced their quality and what they do. Because what we do also is that we ensure that we set standards. And some of the things they just do anyhow. We tell them, no, because you are collaborating with us, you must meet our standard. You must follow due process to be done. And that has also helped them. And they have been forced to engage the room. And then what we call party joint ventures. What do I mean by that? We have now moved into that do not belong to us. So we have find ourselves in development where the landowners, institutions, organizations, associations to us, government as LSCPC, we then bring private developers, the tripartite. We're in the middle, and we're there ensure that they are developed and they are properly, and we ensure that all stay properly care of. So what has that done for us? It has given us a bigger opportunity to also play, even where we are able to develop there and still make revenue for the government. So you must be innovative in it. One of the things that the government did, when someone like me came into government, I came into government 26 years ago. Then I was just about, and I to government from the private sector. So they brought in a lot of us from the private sector into the civil service, into government, into public service. And I can tell you, those of us who came in then have now become managing directors. So brought in private sector experience in and Lagos State benefited immensely from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Duna, you have identified local contents, that are substitute for imported materials. So how do you think we can popularize this so that they can be accepted? So and what are you doing to get that done?
Thank you. I know time is against us, but coincidentally,
quickly in 1 minute.
Coincidentally, the first day during the official opening ceremony, I met the minister for government and I pleaded with him. I said, our problem is not. We want practical approach on how to make houses affordable for Nigerians. He told me, what do you want? I said, give me a land for experimental purpose. I want an construct houses, 1-bedroom flat, 2-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat, using the locally enough material from Nibri. He told me, come and see me, I'll give for experiment. So I want to inform you that last 3 years, I went to precisely Amak Estate. I wanted to know the real cost of food using the locally innovated material from Nibri. How much would it cost us? We did practically 2-bedroom flat with using a standard measurement of 3.6 by 26 meters bedroom, 2 toilets with simple innovative material from Nibri. With no profit, were able to construct a 2-bedroom flat at the cost of 2.7 million naira. That is precisely about 2 or 3 years back. But I know the cost of steel has gone up. The cost of other construction. I want to assure you the cost of 2-bedroom using the local cost with the sum of 4 million or 4-point-something million, we can make it affordable. So what are we talking about? It's not issue of saying we are here for rhetorics. We are here for story. We are here for theory. No. We want a project. You will see a building, you will see the cost, and this building will be made affordable for a lot of materials. I mentioned we binder.
Thank you.
A binder is like a cement. We come up with alternative to cement. A binder is one of the high cost of construction material. Nibri came with alternative for a Portland cement. It's just another day of a story. But I want to assure you that Nibri alternative material is reasonable and it can be made available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, to you. So, in just 2 minutes, what are you doing to address those group of people that cannot afford to buy, but they are doing rental?
Thank you very much. The first thing I want to mention is that
in just 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, housing is a basic necessity of life. If the government subsidizes agriculture, then house should be very aspect of this success. The state governments themselves need to be a lot of advocacy had to go to state government because they hold the knife and the bread. without the time of housing. Indeed, corporations, being part of government, have the capacity to have land in government, and every local government has its own peculiar circumstances and building ethics, which can be localized and customized. You build with cement and this and build and so on at that level.
So are you looking at renter
Yes,
in this local
yes.
government? So
it is part of the rent. Rent is apt, but you see, Mandela has told us a man does not have a house should not. If you don't have a house over your head, according to Nelson Mandela in the Africa, so much as possible, which possible take up things that will ensure that the people in the society have houses that they can call their own. The rental should also be accommodated through others.
Thank you very much. And on the last note, Doctor, you have done something successful. So what advice are you giving other state housing corporation to able?
Yeah. I am new. I've started exploiting get private, and also to continue or research how to now construct these affordable houses. If you cannot invent a corporate current for you to construct affordable houses, except if the government will still intervene. So we are trying to work now with other development partners and conducting a research based on our own land to see how we are going to produce the affordable houses to our citizens. So thank you.
So we want to thank you. On this note, we have come to the end of this session. Thank you, every member, Mr. Lusodo, Professor Duna, Dr. Chime, and Esther Savio Obonga. We thank you very much for being part of this session.
Ladies, please a raise of applause for them. You just listened to the session on redefining the roles of housing corporations in mass housing provision in Nigeria. They will now take a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. And I want to thank this crowd for staying put. You are very, 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 very part of the sessions today, and it's very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be on remittance to real estate, channeling diaspora funds into bridging the housing finance gap. The lead speaker for this session will be Honorable Aman Terap, Director Strategy and Programs, NEEDCOM. Please, a round of applause for him as he takes his seat. Please put your hands together for him. I just commended the crowd for being engaging. Now you are disappointing. Round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Joining him on stage will be Kachi Oye Esquire, legal practitioner and co-founder, trustee, NDSI. Round of applause for her. We also have, is she here, please? All right, I understand that Mr. Kachi Okeze is online. Do we have him online? Please let us know. Joining them will be Prince Aliyu Audi, sealed and member AIHS. A round of applause for him. You're very much welcome, sir. The moderator for this session is architect Madili Okumabwa, founder and CEO of Plan and Design Initiative Africa. Please, a round of applause. You're welcome, ma. Hand of microphone to Honorable Abdurrahman. I would like to call on someone to give us her goodwill message. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, she is a distinguished Nigerian journalist turned politician and public servant. She currently serves as the pioneer chairman and chief executive officer of the Indirect Commission, NIDCOM, a position she has held since 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, us the honors, please high standing ovation. This is the first public servant we've had, if I'm not mistaken, in this show this year. Please, a round of applause for her. Get the rare.
Mind him, but please take your seats. Am I in the public service? Is there an award for that? Much. Because of time, we want to hear from the panel because I'm very much interested in diaspora. The organizers of this Africa International Housing Show. I mean, our brother in the room, you stand up for him. Well, can we give a rousing applause to the organizers of this event? Really awesome. I went around the stand. There are about 31 countries from all over the world here. And you know what I've learned here? We are Nigeria. We cannot. We have everything here. We have all the much of everything that we Nigeria. And I want us to take away the point about medium estates. Let us have houses for low income earners in Nigeria. For now, we want to hear about diaspora housing and the role of the diaspora in real estate. I think it's a low hanging fruit. And we have to tap into the enormous diaspora resources abroad to invest in real estate in Nigeria. So congratulations. Wonderful. And I look again. Thank you very much.
Looks forward to be back next year. We are looking forward to have you, ma'am. Please give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We're coming up next to give us a goodwill message but the President, Nigeria Institute of Architects, Architect Mobolaji. Please for women doing great faith. Please, louder, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Very much. Distinguished guests seated here. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. And I'm glad that well represented here. When you talk about housing, I think the first place where you start will be with the architect. And so I'm happy that the second vice president of the institute, Architect Chioma Wogunbono, here. Thank you for coming. Architect Mogu, thank you for coming, fellow of the institute. And the moderator is also one of my members. You're an architect, Namdi. So to see you here. And as we bring this show, I'd like to express heartfelt appreciation to the organizer. Like Honorable Abike said, it's been fun. We've seen it, we've heard, and honestly, getting bigger every year. And so to late exhibitors and also the participants for their invaluable contributions to this successful event. Now I want to talk a bit about the theme, reimagining opportunities through innovation, collaboration, and change. I believe this has sparked meaningful discussions. I've got to hear a bit of it in the last few minutes. And we believe this has inspired new ideas and fostered partnerships that will undoubtedly shape the future of housing in Nigeria. I was happy with the director of NIBRI with what he said. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to jump on that challenge. I have space for you. We're going to give you you're going to build those units with our local material to see. Clap for him for collaborating with the NIA on that. So we'll speak on that later. We need to let people see. And you see, once we are able to put it up and they see that architects are involved in it, and then the policymakers will be able to see it's for real, and then get our people also to begin to like local taste. Because the problem we have with also unless spotted, it's good. Begin our own materials being used. So the Nigerian Institute of Architects is proud to have been part of the journey, and we commend the Abuja Housing Show platform for stakeholders to come together and address the present changes facing our industry. As we look to the future, and we're confident that the insights, connections, and momentum generated from this event will drive innovation, collaboration, and change in the housing sector. I'm hoping it will not just be another talk show. We talk a lot in Nigeria. Can we begin to put it into practice to see this we're talking about? This is what it's all about. So once again, I thank you for your and thank you for inviting the NIA, and we look forward to continuing the conversation and working together towards a better future for housing in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Architect Mobolaji Adeniyi, President, Nigerian Institute of Architects. Give her another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Well, to join the panel, I would like to call on Mr. Ni Akinlusi. He is the former president, Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria, former MD of a mortgage bank, and also managing director of Lekki Investment Limited. Please, a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. At this point, I will call on the moderator to take. Before the session starts, his
We'll actually wait a moment for Barrister Kachi to be online.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Kachi, that's great. We can't see you, but we can hear you loud and clear. All right.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Nigerian Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDSI, is honored to present this year's Africa International Housing Show. My name is Madili Okumabwa. I'm the founder of CFC, and I am pleased to this panel of my distinguished colleague, Prince Aliu Audu, CEO, Hatfield Energy, Vice Nigeria Irish Business Association. Thank you. Barrister Kachi Okezie, legal practitioner, Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative. He's online. Honorable Abdul Raham, Direct Technology Transfer and Innovation, NIDCOM. And our sir, I think it's on. It's on.
Yeah, Ni Akinlusi, Managing Director of Trust Bond Mortgage of Banking, Association of Nigeria, and now the Managing Director of Lekki Worldwide Investments Limited, the Lekki Free Zone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. Before we proceed, here is an important message. This session is brought to you courtesy of the special collaboration between the Africa International Housing Show and Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, NDSI. Session featured during Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, taking place here in Abuja from 11 to the 13th November 2025. So please mark your calendars. Our discussion today is titled From Remittance to Real Estate, Channeling Diaspora Funds into Bridging Finance Gap. And it is explored and analyzed by the channel this significant financial contributions from our diaspora into investing in Nigeria's real estate housing sector. Why is vital for Nigeria's economic development right now? Well, volume of remit currently averaging annually. What are presenting these funds from seamlessly transitioning into impactful real estate investments that properly grow our economy, as opposed to simply catering for the domestic needs of our exploding and struggling population? We want to acknowledge the challenges diasporans face in investing in Nigeria, and the panel's goal to explore solutions. Guys, along exploratory conversation, I will present a prompts to be analyzed from the expert and professional lens of our distinguished. Premise 1. Nigeria will invest in our real estate economy, but often across huge hurdles and barriers. You would agree. Drawing from your vast real estate development, particularly commercial real estate, what are the most significant economic hurdles and practical realities diasporans encounter when trying to make tangible investments here? Can you give us some examples?
Thank you very much. I stand on existing protocol.
You can use the mic.
Thank you. I stand on existing protocol. For millions of Nigerians abroad, they are always for ways to direct in real estate. And there has been hurdles that they are experiencing in invest. Any people want to invest and have a safe investment. One of the hurdles that they face, primary hurdles, is the issue of trust. It's very, very difficult, some abroad that is not present on ground, to invest and just sit back and relax and everything be okay. We are always hearing of issues, people that are giving money in a particular project. They are used for something which encourages most diasporans from coming to invest. That is one of the issues that diasporans are facing in terms of real estate investment. Who do we trust? Who do we channel our money? Without somebody to trust, then it's going to be very, very difficult for them to send their money. So trust is very, very important issue. Transparent information about property titles, land ownership, another issue that they are facing. We don't have a unified title system or a centralized system that you can just go wherever you are in the world, to be able to verify the authenticity of a particular document. The transparency is not there. And as such, will be willing to take the risk. If you want to invest in PSI system like it's done in other countries, that once you put in the necessary particulars for the land you want to buy, the results should be available to you. But that is not the case. This makes it very difficult for any potential investors, even within locally, to buy real estate without having to go through a lot. So these are things that needs to be put in place for there to be an effective a formalized ownership structure. If not, people discouraged, especially diasporans, will be discouraged from investing by diasporans is vulnerability to fraud. Now, we all know how it is. We hear of stories of you're giving money to go and buy property, and he doesn't buy the property, does something else with it. Now, most of these diasporans have this abroad. They don't have the time to come here and follow up on any issues. So it's not a proper trust system, a proper system that guides against fraud. Then it will be very, very difficult for people to invest, because we now know we know what is happening in the country today. Anybody can just come and commit fraud. So that in itself discourages people from diasporans from investing in. So the issue of fraud has into. As I said before, there should be a formal system that people can check titles, that document. There is no need for you to have to do it privately. It should be a public system. And without then be very practically impossible to guide against fraud. When they give money to maybe relatives or their brothers or their bank managers, the next thing we hear is that has been held to other causes. Another issue, which is an economic issue, is high cost of property and situation. Without without stable economic, or should I say economic stability, it's going to be very difficult for people, for diasporans, to channel their funds to real estate investment, because there will be a lot of currency fluctuation. So that affects investment. If you want to buy, the price of dollar today is maybe 1,500, and by tomorrow it doubles, then that is going to discourage a lot of people, because it makes their money smaller in terms of investment. So it is important that full economic environment is maintained for investment.
Okay, thank you so much, Prince Aliu. You have done an incredible introduction to some of the reasons why the diaspora is definitely reluctant to invest. We've had experience when we get to do that. I myself being also from the diaspora. What I'd like to do now is to Honorable Terab to give us a broad what will be so that we can continue exploring and analyzing things. We look forward to some solutions, sir.
Thank you very much. I agree with Prince Aliu to some extent, because these barriers
that's investment in housing have been there. And, let me come from the perspective of the efforts put in place by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, ably led by my chairman, seated here, Honorable Dr. One of the first things the commission did coming aboard is to first realize that itself is an economic phenomenon rather than just a social. Improving and incentivizing diaspora investment is going to have a lot more effect on the nation's economy. Which has been hovering at some point more, 2019, when we had $25 billion, and it's also coming back again now. We realized that about 20-25% of resources that comes into the country goes into the house. However, yes, there are a lot of issues about getting value for the amount of money spent in that. What we also if process streamlined, is incentivized, is formalized, just like Prince Aliu said, there is a tendency that a lot of funds from the diaspora will come into the country to develop the housing sector, to the extent that it could be as much as anything between 5-fold to 10 to 10. So if currently you are receiving about $5 billion per annum in diaspora remittances in sector, there is a possibility that you can actually grow up to $50 billion per annum only in the but to ensure that there is trust, just like he said, the credibility of the system, the reliability of the system is zero. So immediately Honorable Abike Dabiri took over. This was one of the major issues mission was inundated with. Issues of not getting value. And so immediately the commission approached the EFCC to establish the diaspora desk. That one for details, but most importantly is to create that redress mechanism which doesn't used to exist to that. And I tell you, from there on, a lot of cases has been dealt with by the EFCC, and it is restoring confidence so long as it gets more publicized. But most importantly, the commission set up a unit, the department eventually, so that it can look at that critical level. And then, of course, you need to understand the commission had to establish the national diaspora policy, which enabled it to have effective collaboration with stakeholders across government and private sector. This leads to discussion with the Federal Mortgage Bank on the NHF diaspora model. The commission also went ahead to establish platform where, as we speak up to now, about 4,000 to 5,000 people start interest in the NHF diaspora mortgage scheme, and sense to give them that seamless platform. And in doing that, you need to have at the back of your mind that to create an incentive in such a way that the diaspora does not have to come down from where he or she is, but can be able to access value for whatever amount of money they spend. As the reason for a sub towards the NHF Diaspora Mortgage Fund, mortgage scheme. While we're doing that, the most diaspora-friendly minister of we've had in recent times was the then Bank, and eventually transited to become the Minister for Housing. Immediately he came in, he found out that there are a lot of houses that were established in previous administrations that were not acquired. He also approached us and said another platform that can be able to showcase these houses, members of broad. Lo and behold, as we speak, about 230 applied last year, and about 72 allocations have already been issued by the Ministry of Housing. So, but going forward, we realize that, just like the previous speakers have said, government may achieve all that is expected of it. We need to establish relationship with the private sector. We need to give the diaspora the opportunity to identify houses of their choice and then come to terms with whether they want to, and then eventually have access to do that. That led us to think outside the box and see what we can be able. Eventually, we are able to develop what we call the Abuja Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit. Actually, in 2021, we had Diaspora Housing Show with a select group of and then the intention we have created a virtual marketplace to create the Jumia housing, so that members of the diaspora in terms of what they get. It took us quite a while with a lot of trials here and there. I'm happy to say that in the National Diaspora Day, able to launch the Home and Abroad platform, which really come to life. Members of diaspora can actually log on to it, assess housing by through some systems, that whatever they are providing there has the credibility that is fit before members of the diaspora can be able to access it. When we look at we find solutions based on our reality. Our reality for a very long time enjoyed traditional means of transacting housing property ownership in this part of the world. And there is the need at this point in time for us to accept that we have to first adopt technology, because the most important thing is to overcome that trust barrier. Is for an average online, see whatever he or she wants to get and have access to it, not need for anybody. Once that is achieved, we believe the first line of confidence will be restored. Members of the diaspora will be we need to also a very important issue clear. You know, despite our maybe say forex fluctuations and sometimes our challenges as we are trying to steer our footing properly, one of our selling is that you keep money abroad where you make just 1% or 2% of interest on your savings. Nigeria has proved over the last 20 years that the return on real estate is very, very high. And some people have gone further to actually analyze fluctuations, the rate of return on property investment in Nigeria. And people have seen that actually it still makes more business sense investing in real estate in Nigeria than putting your money abroad where you're making 1% or 2%. It's major selling point for us. Those that have tried it to this moment and in the last 2-3 years, they have not regretted it. And I believe as our continues to stabilize, our housing sector is going to continue to be very attractive.
Thank you, Honorable. He has given us quite will be discussing today as the presentation opportunity to expand and to educate us on coming out of the office of NIDCOM. We are very proud of the very much. Okay, so we will also continue with having our panelists talk about challenges that hit today. Barry, from your legal expertise and viewpoint, how would you describe the nature of some of these barriers that honor and to light on? Barry Sakachi?
Yes, I see. I'm here. I'm sending you greetings. I'm joining you from the United Kingdom, and I bring greetings, particularly to our partners at NIDCOM. I congratulate you, the Africa International Housing Show. This is the 19th edition. I congratulate you. I salute your staying power. Also, the breadth of your vision for Nigeria, and we're committed to helping to make it work. As aspirant, so to speak, who sort of shuttles between here and Nigeria. I spend a lot of my time between here and Abuja. Some of the things my colleague President Liu has outlined are common to many. We all belong to different diaspora organizations. This is on every agenda. It's always the issue of investing one way or another. So I think what has happened there was a little bit of jumping the gun, by getting from NIDCOM to speak on the solutions. We were actually in the diagnostic process at that stage. But it's good to hear that message gets in across to the audience very early on. What I would say is this: the coming of NIDCOM has made this advocacy. We've been at this for years, since 2010, when we had, I think, was it Bank PHB, us from diaspora, together at the Hilton where you are now. I think that was 2009 or sometime. And the biggest obvious challenge that we faced at the time, presumably seeking to access the diaspora and claimed to have programs and products developed, and we were gathered, excited, and expectant. But when we heard the presentation, we were baffled in the room, and we had to stop the speaker midway because there was a complete mismatch between what was on offer and what the diasporans had. For example, minimum intro offer products we're talking about was about 32%, between 27 and 32%. The minimum tenor for any of the properties on offer was about 7 to 15% years, 7 to 15 years. And so I put my microphone and asked around the room whether there was anybody in the room where they paid more than 5%. Not a hand went up in the room, not one hand went up. Found was that most people in the room from the diaspora pay more than anywhere between 1 and 6. Typical tenor was 20 to 25 years, 20 days. So that's the kind of tenor you expect, and that's what you call a mortgage. The problem that we've had here with levels levels. And it's good to see that these voices, our voices, are coming together thanks to the arrival of NIDCOM to channel these views. That's why we're getting this kind of traction that we're doing now. Because otherwise, different diaspora organizations in different things. What NIDCOM has done for the recognition bill has done is to create institutional place, common platform for us to cohere and put across these views in a more, if you like, powerful way. And that's what is forward. I acknowledge that. In terms of the similar challenge that we're facing, we all some of views, some of the, it's good that one problem. So remember, we're not alone. It's not just Nigeria. Sometimes we get a bit too harsh when we're out in African countries, small countries like Botswana, right? AIHS was launched in Abuja by the British. It was the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister. Give Basanjo in 1999. AIHS was a gift. It was part of a package, a supplement to help Nigeria. They even sent the staff, they paid the staff and put them there. When they left, it fell apart. But what I know countries, Ghana, and whichever one, they came and copied AIHS and pasted it back in Gabon and in Accra, and it's all good practice. They copied beautiful. Ours is in a little bit of if you like. But the point is, we are capable of doing that's what we must sustain the we can something like having the geographical record data of land and properties. The make the system. I'm so glad to hear what Honorable Terab has announced. It's not the only initiative. NIDCOM has a number of initiatives that are coming on board at different levels. There's the one that I'm particularly interested in, because as one of the biggest challenges we face professionally is being almost as bewildered as your client, okay, as helpless as your client. Your client and somebody has due present facts to me, which has cost me money. I've lost something. Okay. What do I do? Even as a lawyer, the law itself, to, that democratized impact. So I'm looking for who I know, contacts. That of encouraging people. So systems, and we do have laws. I make bold to say that Nigeria has one of the most profound suite of laws that you can find. What we call, we have it. What's missing is making it work. To make our laws work are not present. They're not there. People who are dedicated to making the law work for everybody. That's what's missing, not the laws. You don't need any new ones. You've got enough. Make those. In like real estate and housing, I'll give you an example. How do you enforce misery? A lot of differs go around, and they come. The most important, that's a terrible thing. They come here, most of them probably unlicensed, nowhere to check, nobody of regulatory compliance and enforcement, none. Radon does what it does, I think, and I overwhelmed as well, possibly. They have to suffer doubly because they're not on the ground to pursue. that are somebody, and if they can't follow the law, they'll let you know that they can deal with you in another way. You're not even, right now, the disability for us is that we're not even in a position to do that. So we're completely on a legal system that does what it is to do. So in terms of compliance enforcement, a useful thing that NIDCOM has put in place is a desk, which is like a one-stop shop NIDCOM. This is for us lawyers. That will help all of us if something like that would actually work. That desk is where all diaspora complaints regarding to investment, if you've been defrauded, if you've been shortchanged, in Nigeria, you go to that desk. Now, it will be up to Honorable Terad to clarify whether that's going ahead and what it's at. But what I want to say is particularly those in my profession, please, we need that service. We need that service. That one-stop shop has, as I understand it, DSS, ICPC, NFIU, immigration. So any of those diasporas, a little study on this, and diasporans are keen on this. It will encourage, gives a kind of reassurance to them if it is you for them.
Thank you so much.
The other one is to mention the issue of when this, because I belong to the Africa Housing the WhatsApp group. There, it's a huge group. I've been there years, and a few other professionals that I know. In that group, a conversation took place, I think last week or so, and it was session that we're having now. That conversation, the issue, sort of one of the plans, one of the barriers to diasporans investing was in the channels by which the investment could come, and somebody was suggesting should include any of the payment companies, and I have no issue with that. It's not a problem. We can enlarge the contact. My point then was and remains not part of the problem. It's not a barrier. The method is limited to Nigeria. It's not a barrier, and that is thanks mostly to the work that has recently been done at the central bank. The central bank has, in my view, my personal opinion, from what I have seen, it has been sanitized. The new people there have done a good job in clearing the mess that was there. So the actual payment or remittance or sending money is not too much of a problem. My problem, and most of my colleagues, diasporans, most of our problems will go to this issue of trust deficit. I'll rest there and I can come back to continue.
Yes, Barakachi, okay, Z. As you all can see, diasporans are quite about their country area. We want to invest, and we know that the way home is through home ownership. So real estate is very important to us. You can see that vital say, and trust me, there is so much more. But because of time, we'll have it switched. We want to leave room to hear from you all. Give us an idea. Audience, diaspora. Some of you are home Kenya. All of us have gone through some very interesting experiences trying to invest estate area. If I told you my story, it would just be so pathetic, right? You take out your savings, your 401k, for those of you who know what that is in the US, and you come and try and invest in land at home. You think you are buying land, how the last thing you know, you are penniless. These are definitely very emotional to us. Let us hear from our last panelist and give us an idea of some of these conversations, short about, and we might have the last word from Honorable Tarab, and then we're going to open it up to Q&A because we really want to hear from you all. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Once again. I'll probably different approach to this. Let's dimension this. What you cannot measure, you cannot manage. You need to have clearly appreciate the context, figure numbers and data. And diaspora remittance in Nigeria is about 25. That it's about 40 trillion naira. According by the evidence, 54 trillion naira. That is 75% budget. So that situates clearly the importance of diasporas. Need come. That's one. 75% of our budget can be funded by system. So the more we encourage, the more they feel happy and feel comfortable to be better for us. Imagine if 54 plus 40, that's about 94 trillion. You know what that can do? So that's number two. Number two comes to the of real estate investment. That's what it can be mentioned on the demand side. What do I mean? And the supply side. Demand side are those who want to, so that they can become property owners for investment purpose. For the parents, I must tell you that in terms, because of the country Nigeria recently, it means you can take a mortgage fixed. Which you collect, will keep what? Naira will keep appreciating. Which means if I take a mortgage in Naira, you are better off. I use $1 to pay the mortgage. Next month, I'll use maybe $900 and it goes. So in terms of better off. Number two, in terms of appreciation as well. One or two over there. There are people that brought properties in Alaro City. Alaro is part of the Lekki Free Zone. It has appreciated in the year, and it's in dollars. So which means you can actually buy properties less, because people who work there, they pay in dollars. So that's number two. Number three, talking about the issues of how do we solve the problem of diasporans. I tell people, wait, avoid all the risks we talked about. Trust property, no title, friends and African cleaners. They've taken advantage of us. We know that, and they keep doing that. The best way to try and property, either mortgage lender or a mortgage bank. Even if you have your money, tell them you need a fast. You know why? The mortgage bank or the commercial bank, all the diligence on the property. They will not finance a property without title. They will not finance a property that is overpriced because their money is in it, and they require you to pay back. So if you walk through them, even if you have the money, you can tell them, okay, I can pay 50% or whatever, and then later you can pay. Once you are sure of inspect that, they will do this. There will be the management and the maintenance. That is one sure way of doing that. Now, as I said, the value of the diasporans beyond issue of buying properties, how can they help us here? The supply side, they have a lot of and they have experience beyond the issue of money. They do real estate abroad in London, in properties, and they're looking at ways to invest in Nigeria. That's an area, and we need their experience. We have a lot of properties in Nigeria that do not meet it. They have, and they can come in and invest. Thank the chairman of NISCOM. Thank you. Last week, at the zone, we had a meeting with them in our office, and we took them, and the meeting was twofold. One, some of them saw properties they will buy at Alaro City. All right, and then some of them also were talking about how to invest in land and build properties. Requirement. Because not just about buying properties. We must get there. Let families have an attachment to Nigeria. It is not just about property physics. Have an environment where you bring your kids in December for 30 December. Back again just because of the fun. And the is aching to what they are used to over there. That is what will bring them back to the generations yet unborn. And that is what's very, very important. So they said there is a lot that can be done. And because of some of this, the Muslims have an issue accessing mortgage in Nigeria. And that was why about 4 or 5 years ago, under standard approved by central bank, the underwriting standards. This is deliberate, and it was done taking out the peculiarities of the if you cannot do direct remittance to Nigeria, you know, you cannot do direct taking of this. Quite a number of banks are using this, so you can get mortgages, and of course, working through the platform, working with what the FFMBN is doing. There's a lot to be done. I don't have much time, but there is so much opportunity, and we hold a lot. I mean, up to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You raised some amazing points there. Again, it's an emotional connection. Yes, it's not just real estate. How do we tie the next several generations of Nigerians being born up, cut them back? If you have anywhere to land, they're not coming. Their farm's a house. They can come quite often, not just 30 December, right? So this is a very, 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 very important aspect of our lives in the diaspora regards Nigeria. I'd like to know, Honorable Tarab, if you'd like to say anything in addition to the products, then we can go ahead and open it up to Q&A. Minutes left. Yes?
Well, just to want to the issues, but he didn't get me very well. One of the first things the commission did under the leadership of Honorable Dr. Abike Dabrerewa, and that has successfully operation with Nigerian immigration system. I mean, immigration service, as well as many other services. But the most important thing is we are looking for where we can first place hinder. Let's encourage formal platforms. Let's what is practice in other parts of the world, and I succeed in leapfrogging technology. You need go far to understand that Nigerian bank technologically is in the world. As we can start in so many other areas and of real estate and property. As a people, of course, naturally we have to agree. I was informed I've been other life as a commission survey. They proceed. One of the major areas we notice is people want to continue with the traditional land tenure system, and you can understand that here in Abuja, this has been implemented for almost 20 years. Yet the option, even in nearby, very, very low, because it does appear there is a mentality about what it's not really in our own interest. You can understand that the value of property itself is affects us with highest property banks, formalized property exchanges. We don't have land depositories. These are all areas that I believe it's not just about federal government. You should also need to understand that land, that's the power of land, still government. So state governments need to come in. Get free land as incentive to Enugu State, also Enugu diaspora estate in Enugu, out of states, to encourage them to open up incentives, because incentives might even be taken up by not people that are not from your state, but it brings development to your people. Then the other of course, try to avoid formal also we need to agree to that. Like the MD of Lekki Free Trade Zone said, bring a process that will give you verifiable and credible properties. Sometimes we are more towards mouth. Very cheap. You need to come and buy it quickly before somebody buys. And then, of course, that's the end of the day. Realize
not actually have the verification. So also about payment channels, very good. With regards to the home and abroad platform, what we did was to bring in First Bank. It's a major platform. The way it works, see how you identify big interest in it. Now, stage of payment is now handled. What First Bank does, as the platform is expected to do, is that once it identifies that you are an interested buyer and you fund your account, now the developer is notified that Mr. A or Mrs. A made a commitment. Go ahead, giving a letter of comfort. Conclude this property so that the buyer can actually take ownership. And is given that money. Property is handed over to the buyer. Now, in a way to stem some of these at the moment, at the initial stage, we're only dealing with completely built houses, not off-plan. And essence is that we want to ensure that what you see is what you really. So that's why some developers feel they are left out because most plan. So now we want to ensure that the developer gets what he sees. And so there are no stories about timelines of completion view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. So, all right, first is from these experts on the panel. Like I said, there's so much more to say. The product, please visit the NIDCOM office or the website to follow up more. Speak with him after to get more information. Now, if we can take just one or two comments from the audience. Time is up. Time is up. Anybody with anything very pressing to say? Let's give one or two.
Good afternoon. One afternoon. I don't have a question per se. I just want to make some comments because I'm here. I've been living in Canada for over 25 years. So I'm here not just for my family. I'm here as a role model to Nigerian country that when you go wrong to migrate, but a disaster never come. But once you go, there are a lot of best practices. You are an engineer, you have something to bring home. You are in the housing set. Over there, I was a mortgage broker. I was a financial consultant and all of that before I joined African, before I retired here. And I always make sure I encourage my family to come home. My family is over there, but I home because the reality is that if I never come back to come, I'm bringing my family here once in a while, then I've succeeded in throwing away this country. Because if I'm not here, what my children going to what my wife coming to do here? So these are how what I want to encourage, like I have done personally. Encourage over there come home building a 20 unit. That's everything. Okay. Talking about potable water, you are living, you will not need to be using bottled water to drink. You will have 24/7 electricity, access internet, the road is all of that. So encouraging community housing also. We should stop building houses to be building so that when you are in a housing estate, there's school for your children are there. You have a clinic, you have shopping center, you have gym, and a replication of all part of Nigeria. They are all there. Abuja here. Go to Centenary City. Go and see what they are planning to do there. I believe a lot of Nigerians would like to come home. Just my this okay, all right.
Thank you so much, I have to stop now. You.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Applause. Thank you. We'll take the group photographs with Madame.
Hello.
Go ahead.
The importance of housing and diaspora investment is being estimated. We have, from the economic aspect, we're always complaining about unemployment, about no investment, loss of jobs. So this is an opportunity for us, if we take it very serious, it's an to investment because of the need in order to reduce unemployment, so on and so forth. So I think other agencies of government just need to come serious, move us towards part of economic development. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, please a round of applause for them.
Thank
for
you,
this
everyone. Thank you, Prince.
wonderful session. Honorable Abike Dabiri, so she has to go. Please, a round of applause for her for sitting tight for more than 2 hours on theme your organization, Nigerians in Diaspora. Well, I listened to Honorable Abdurrahman Terab talk. He talked about collaborations between NIDCOM and the Federal Ministry of Housing, and he took the theme for this year's housing through policy and innovations and collaboration. Beautiful, I must say. He talked about NHF, more than 4,000 Nigerians that have subscribed so far. Please, a round of applause for Com is doing. We believe it will get better. I say, distinguished guest name is Ben Dodo Oche. I'll be handing the microphone to another Ben, but this time he has 200 behind his name. A round of applause as he takes the rest of the day. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him. This man who has said two beautifully this morning. Because here to give out gifts. Are we ready to receive? Hello? We are here to give out some special gifts to some people. Particularly, we'll be starting from those who know how. So, I want to see those who are clapping. A guy in white cap, you don't believe that I'll have gift for you. Thank you. Now, there is a paint company, one of Nigeria's finest paint companies, the I'm about to bring up, and they are really going to be giving out some gifts. May I invite, of course, Oyesuf, marketing manager for Proma Paints. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Just come up. We need to do this as quickly as possible. Can we bring this our box? So we are here and ready to give out. When they came in 2 days ago, they said they were going to give out cash prizes, which some people thought it was a joke. Right, so for 2 days ago, people, you got gifts, you signed your name and you got vouchers and the box. They also in this hall, people gave out gifts. I wanted to open the window, but I just discovered that it's not good. Is there anybody in this hall who does not have the other half of his voucher in this thing? If you are here and you know you were not didn't give you a voucher today in this hall. There's nothing we can do about it. Yes. So what you will just do is that just pray very hard that those who collected these vouchers are not here. So that if they are not here, we'll do something about those of you who clapped very well. Hello. Thank you very much. So may I quickly invite a few people who will. So we have 3 categories of winnings. The bronze category, 5 people will go home with 30,000 naira worth of shop purchase. We are noting those who are clapping now. For the silver category, 3 will go home with 50,000 naira worth of shopping vouchers. The gold category, 2 people will go home with 100,000 naira each shopping vouchers. Yes, I see those who are not clapping. Permit me to invite Nathaniel Atik was select the first set of winners. Please clap for him. Former president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners was there gave develop control in Abuja. He will mix it. He will mix it. I hope so. You know, magnet for. Sir, please, can we just see your hand for this? For the purpose of clarity, let it not be that you came with anything. Sir, just still mix it. I don't trust that guy mixing. Are we watching? Are we watching? If I say Proma, you say be inspired. Proma. Thank you, sir. Pick one. Just watch out for your number. Watch out for your number. There are phone numbers. Are we calling them now or later? Later. So this winner is for the bronze category. That means if this person is here, we'll take 1,000 naira worth of voucher. Sir, where's the other mic? Let the guy announce the number by himself. There's a phone number here. Yeah.
The number is 001 60 62 5029 86 00 5029.
Is the winner here?
The name of the Cynthia Okonkwo.
Cynthia Okonkwo, you have won yourself 30,000 naira. Please clap for her. Thank you very much, sir. You do another one. Do another one. Cynthia, let's see you. Let it not be that somebody has cloned your phone number. This is the problem of having too many numbers, oh, sir. It's still your work, sir. There's another winner with 30,000 naira.
The name is Adaeze Enye. Adaeze Enye.
Adaeze, are you there? Adaeze, go. So that we don't call your number and somebody will be calling you now. Come from home. Maybe you are. Please, I'll take one more. Are we ready? Yeah, I know you are not very inspired, but be inspired. Even if your name is not there, this marketing manager can do something and you'll be involved. One more.
0990 40380. Lois.
Lois, please, can you fire? Clap for her, please. This is what it takes. Patience to stay around. Hold it. No rush. Where is your other half of the voucher? Is where? Eh? All right, so this one. Congratulations. Why you do it as if you are not inspired? Okay, it's the run. Okay, all right. Congratulations. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you. Please put your hands to your hands. Lois, come. What do you say to Proma Paint?
I'm inspired.
Wow, she says she's inspired. Thank you very much. Well, we are taking one more. Make me later. May I invite Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, the President and CEO of FinPA. He's our director guy. He has promised to take us to the US for some very... So, sir, for the sake of... we don't like appeal. Can we just see that there's no... Sir, can you just drop the phone? All right, so you pick. All right, we're still taking those two. Just help us.
The lucky winner is carrying a phone number 090 522 7118.
What's the name? The name?
Falolu.
Olu Aliu. You mean you don't know your number now? Only your name you know. You are just coming. This guy go back to traffic. Oh yeah, come and call the numbers. Congratulations. Follow. Please check for other of your docket so that we can just easily. So we don't have to travel anywhere to verify. Correct. Has been verified.
30,000 naira for
30,000 naira worth of voucher. Please, it's not so you don't attack him. It's voucher. Is his password that can only open it. Allow him breathe. So one more.
One more.
There's another person who is saying, pick my own. Yes.
The lucky winner here is Angela Omosui with number 703667865.
Angela, where are you? Huh? Now, man, get up. Are you? You are the angel.
Are you Angela?
Angela or Angelus? Okay, you want to go? All right. Angela is not around.
Oh.
So we leave it. Angela, sorry. So let's take one more. One more. Okay, Angela, don't go. Yes, one more from Proma. Proma Paints, thank you very much. Please, let's clap for Proma Paint.
This is for Bukola Samuel. Samuel 08038443333.
Bukola Samuel. Bukola, I will come snap you now.
Okay.
Where your docket? You got all lost since.
The other half.
Just. Bukola Samuel has his docket for verification. Is it? It has been verified, and he has won for himself
30,000.
30,000 is a shot, so don't attack him. Shake Oga, shake Madam too, shake Madam. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Congratulations. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. It's been charge. And gentlemen, may I invite Town Planner Toya Inde to come and do us the honor of presenting the next sets of our. I hope we'll have docket in this team. Because if we that for the purpose of just be sure your hand has no paper very much. Let's shake this thing again. Shake it. Help us shake it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, just pick one. So we are still giving out. Person it his name. I hope he didn't write the Arabic. Then you can read Arabic here.
Can we right? If people don't write their names well. Vivian Weche, I guess.
Vivian Weche, wherever you are.
0814 08 8743.
Vivian, are you there?
0814 08 8743. Vivian Weche.
To get Proma Paints. Proma, be inspired. Proma, let's do another. Vivian, please call anybody who has the voucher who visited our staff to come here now. Next winner, very quickly for Proma Paints.
Ibrahim Haruna. 704 433 1420.
Ibrahim Haruna, he has got. All right. Ibrahim Haruna, are you coming? Where? Somebody say he didn't around. Is he around? Ibrahim Haruna, put your hands together for him. He's here. This cameraman, I don't understand.
It's another cameraman.
Cameraman. Say lottery winners. Congratulations, Sogasma. Let other cameramen snap you. All right, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. That's the category for 30,000. We'll now invite Barry help us for the category of 50,000 naira. You pick, you will also donate something to add. Sir, before you put your hand in here, we have to be sure there's no paper that you just help us shake it so that we are sure. Thank you. That's how they mix Samala in a Jabode.
Anita Ben.
Anita Ben. Anita Ben.
That's interesting.
Proma. Yes, so be inspired. Ben. Anita Ben is the winner.
080.
Our first winner in 50 naira voucher. Lady, that's the winner. Oh.
Congratulations. You won on a platter of gold.
Thank you very much coming for our CEO. That's a very huge endorsement. We are hoping that you will not be interrogated later. Let's invite our board chairman. Please put your hands together for him, sir, as he comes up. Very calm, nice. A session in various capacities. Mr. Our insurance people, get ready in a few minutes. We'll call you up. We trust you. Just pick a paper. I know you will not rig election. Even if the system thinks you should rig it, you will not allow. If chairman to announce.
The winner of this is Thelma Kosi. Thelma Kosi.
What's the name, sir?
Kosi.
Thelma Kosi. Let's get the number if she's not. Thelma, 50,000 is going past you. Is on it. 0811 417 1866. Thelma Kosi. Thelma gone. Sir, pick another one. Thelma, you win next year.
Elizabeth Stephen.
Elizabeth Stevens. As it is, so you don't even get friend for this hall.
Elizabeth Stephen.
Elizabeth Stephen. They wish she was not here. Let's take another one. Elizabeth Stephen. Who else is there?
Bendodo Ochi.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Well, you know,
I just heard that part of the MC's money is gone.
You know I'm a politician. What if I declare this inconclusive? So you're for 50,000. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Mr. Chairman, I suggest until the board meeting. Please put your hands together for him. Madam, can you just come and help us? Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. All right, another 50,000 naira ready to go. Don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged when you wish other people well. In modest, put your name. Thank you, Ma. Thank you very. All right, we have this one for 50,000 naira.
The winner is Favor Anaga.
Favor Ada.
Anaga. 0814 118 Favor
Anaga will win another day. Please put your hands. We're taking another one.
The winner is Faith Ekundayo.
Faith Ekundayo. She's not around, Abi? Oh, they say she's not around. Are you around? Please put your hands together for her. Proma in fire. Proma. Faith, where's the other? Can you just verify to be sure? Very much. From one man to another.
Faith.
Congratulations. Faith, what do you say to Proma Paints? Yes, so see excitement. There's nothing 50,000 naira cannot do. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are honored. Please clap for her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the 100,000 category. Let's have you. Have Miss Africa International Trade Fair. She's the face of the exam. Yes, yes. Please show them your face. Yeah, is she not beautiful? Please clap for her. She's the one to be crowned. 100,000 naira, ladies and gentlemen, coming courtesy of Promo Paints. Let's go, ma'am.
Who? I thought it was my name I was saying. God Omaka. Do we have Godwin Omaka here? The
Godwin Omaka.
So it's 110724590. Godwin, do we have you here, or let me just take this money?
Godwin Omakam.
Godwin is not here.
He didn't around.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, Godwin.
Okay.
Godwin, no win, no. We'll take another one. Another one for 100.
So quickly on this, we have Victor Ever. Victor. Let me call the number 080-152-2288.
Victor Ever. Not victorious
they want me
today.
to take this money.
Yes. Coming courtesy of the face of the Africa International House, the queen we are crowning tonight.
We have George. George O'Reilly. Do we have George? Oh, he's here. Please give him a big round of applause.
Is George around?
100,000 naira. He's here.
Is he around? Please clap for him. George, where's your tag?
Let me call the number 070-3871-5041.
100,000 Promo Paints, ladies and gentlemen. Once again.
Mr. George, should we get the money?
100,000 vouch. Very beautiful. Go on. Thank you. Please clap for him. There's one last one, ladies and gentlemen. One champion. With a voucher. Shake it, roll it, turn it, everything. Yes. They're not a looker from inside. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
So we have Maureen. We have Musa here.
Maureen Musa.
Hi. We don't have Maureen Musa here.
Maureen Musa. Okay. Nothing Musa no go see forget. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking another one. Must be in this hall.
So we have Chinaza Indu. This Igbo name. Chinaza Inkude. Chinaza, are you here? Let me call the number 090-354-4995. Chinaza.
China is not there. Thank you. Are there still people with vouchers in this hall? I hope. 100,000 naira.
So we have Fabi or Mawumi. Do we have Fabi or Mawumi here?
Fabi or Mawumi?
Let me just.
Or Mawumi or Wowumi? Ladies and gentlemen, Mawumi. Let's one more. Shake it again. Turn it. The last one is getting hard. The last one is turning difficult. Ladies and gentlemen. Do. Promo.
So I'm sure we have this person. This is Ineka Blessing Uche.
Neka Blessing Uche. Neka blessing to the for blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, blessing. Nika. Chete.
Gloria.
Gloria Oyabo. Gloria Oyabo, please pass your insurance people. Get ready. We're calling you up next. But this is important to add voice and face. Insurance people, we thank you for your patience. You are our best. You have given support out year in, year out. We celebrate the insurance. Next year, we hope to start off with insurance because we know it's very important to the importance of insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much. On the face of the trade fair, the conference, housing fair. Ladies and gentlemen, can we treat them for doing so well? Let others, people to go with house. Tonight, you may win a land or a house if you come well. Thank you very much. Insurance. It's best, and that's where we're going next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for this next session is why insurance must see the housing table. The lead speaker, Olasupo Shigelola, MD CEO International Energy Insurance. Please, a round of applause. Take it on stage. We also have Rachel who Adara, Executive Secretary of Third Insurance Brokers. A round of applause for him, man. Nasir Abubakar Song, MD CEO Holdings Limited, will join them on stage, and also Dr. Jafed Ogwesi Duru, MD Universal Insurance stage. Are they all here, please? Please, a round of applause for them. I will now hand over the microphone to the keynote speaker, Olasupo for MD National Energy Insurance. Please give him a loud ovation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is actually Kolade Aosomi, but I'm standing for Shugilola. To recognize people here, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, Head of Agencies, esteemed leaders, developers, and CS professionals, members of the press, ladies, also recognize the presence of chieftains of my insurance industry here present. I recognize Dr. Jafet Duru, the MD CEO. Recognize your presence, sir. I also recognize Malam Nasser, MD of Crown Takafolo Insurance, and of course, my versatile Mr. Tokwe Adaramola, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Council of Registers, sir. It is with great honor that I stand before you today at the African International Show, an important platform shaping the conversation around affordable housing, urban development, and infrastructure transformation. As the Managing Director of International Energy Insurance, an immense pleasure and pride to address you on the subject both and vital, why insurance must sit. The African housing sector is undergoing a power shift. Great developers, financiers, and civil society have come together to tackle deficits, deep mortgage assets, and expansion. However, these efforts As these efforts progress, one critical voice as of voice of insurance. Today, insurance not only sits at the housing table, found our partner in how we design, finance, secure, maintain sustainable future. African housing challenge, a shared responsibility. African deficit is staggering. Nigeria alone is estimated to have a deficit of over 20 units. This crisis spans not only affordability, security, resilience, and sustainability. Government, private, working to bridge this gap through mass housing programs, public partnership initiatives, infrastructure financing, and new mortgage and construction finance mechanisms. Nations cannot reach full less with them on a risk-resilient foundation. This is where insurance comes in, not as a reactive tool, but as a enabler of housing development. Now, these are some of the reasons why insurance must be part of the housing conversation. One, protect housing investment. Whether talking about a government-funded housing estate, a state venture, homeowner self is one of the most important significant investments anyone can make. Insurance protects that investment against building collapse, vandalism and theft, and natural disasters. In an era of increasing climate risk and infrastructural fragility, insurance guarantees that home does not become a nightmare. Number two, unlocking financing and mortgage system. Mortgage lenders and housing financiers are rightly concerned with risk mitigation. When homes are uninsured or underinsured, it increases systemic risk and stores by integrating insurance. Mortgages become bank collateral risk are reduced. Defaults due to disaster-related losses are mitigated. These are protect in the absence. Mortgage insurance in this sense becomes a lender partner, catalyzing more flows of funds into the sector. Number three is standards in construction. Insurance does not only cover risk, it also discourages poor practices. Insurance during underwriting insists on compliance with building codes, use of certified panels, fire and safety planning, and maintenance of protocols. This will play a quiet but critical in building for homes and communities. The simple insurability can drive higher quality construction outcomes for enabling disaster recovery. Recent floods in Nigeria, collapses in urban centers, and rising temperatures due to climate change all point to a housing sector under threat from risk. And insurance can provide settlement homeowners, financial support for rebuilding, for disaster strategies. As climate volatility increases, insurance becomes not only a safety net, but a pillar of resilience planning. Now, the role of the insurer, from product sellers to development partners. We believe the future of housing insurance must go beyond the sector, not just as providers of fire policies, but as partners in development. We are asking, how can we embed insurance into building a wall? How can we collaborate with architects, developers, and urban planners? How can we support state housing corporation for social housing projects? It's insurance for local earners. This proactive orientation requires cross-sectional collaboration, and that is why we must sit at the housing table from the start. Addressing the affordability question, insurance sector. One point often made is that insurance is still in a for this is a valid concern, but we must innovate around it. by doing parametric insurance models, community-based risk pooling, bundled insurance corporate microfinance roles, and partnership with and government. We can begin to make housing insurance affordable, understandable, and relevant to the people who support public policy alignment. For insurance to thrive in the housing system, we must also advocate for public policies. So we recommend mandatory building insurances for all formal housing approvals, compulsory insurance. The enforcement should be stepped up such that it will provide, if you don't provide the evidence of insurance, you'll not be able to process or documentation. Fire and peril insurance integration into mortgage, incentive to develop premium housing products, and partnership frameworks between states, housing authorities. Now, it requires regulatory synergy, National Insurance Commission, housing ministries, and development financial institutions. Our commitment as an insurance industry. Tell you indeed committed, and I want to really appreciate our MDs for being here physically. I've been seeing them since Monday. It shows the increased commitment. My MD was here Monday, Tuesday, but he has a board meeting today, and that's why he's absent. So we are ready to offer flexible fire and special perils insurance, all and good schemes. We are in discussion with developing home into unit sales. We are actively designing parametric micro housing products. We're willing to partner with states and private housing firms to de-risk housing portfolios across Nigeria in conjunction with interest groups. Action. Let us build risk-resilient housing together. So to all developers, we are setting up home a risk action plan. To all regulators, we say, runs a default part of the housing. To homeowners, we say, understand that insurance is not a luxury, it is peace of mind. To our colleagues in the insurance industry, we say we must develop products that speak to today's housing realities. And to partners in government, support using and urban development goals through tailored insurance solutions. As Africa urbanizes and we work to have 400 more people by 2050, the stakes are too high, not the risk. Insurance must be there. The last consideration, cost strategies in development. No why insurance be at the housing table. Be clear in housing without it, and of us are whole wide and far. You can't do any insurance. So half of the insurance industry, MD, you readiness partner, innovate and ensure that the homes we build today will stand safe, resilient for generation. Listen.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together.
For allowing to stand in for your managing. As a saying that wise man will put men to work rather than do the work of 10 men. Men rather than do the work of is able to the conversations that we have brought to you, which may not be new to any of us, but in the past or even now treated a long pole, and that is the subject matter. Why should it be at the is the topic that we are in conversation. And I'm quite delighted that presented by Kolade taking big of what you should expect, the reason why to be here today. AIHS, my very esteemed managing directors who have been here since today's program. This very moment. I would like to say that insurance comes the forefront of conversation on two principal grounds. The number one ground is that it is your risk, and you are quite aware that the world is full of risk. On the road, instruction process, signing agreement, your insurance contract into tenancy agreements. Insurance is a very, very critical component that you should consider as a risk buffer to take care of all your liabilities. Number which people is the fact that insurance is a god of peace, and you know that peace is a prerequisite for adventurism. Is a prerequisite for you to be able to take any action in life. Since no gain, you're sick that insurance. So on this note, I want to go to the managing directors that are here. I have the Jeff Duru, the managing director of Universal Insurance PLC, one of the leading insurance brands in Nigeria today. And I equally have Nasir Song. Nasir Song is the managing director and CEO of Crown Takaful. Many of us are full insurance companies. And several questions have been agitating your minds about how do I come in? What is Takaful here to do for me? I'm sure that Song is here live with you today. So gentlemen, I go to Jeff first. I know that Kolade has taken an umbrella view of why insurance must be at the housing table. Do you have anything to add from his presentation to justify why insurance should be at the housing table? Jeff, I put that to you.
Thank you. And good evening to me. Yes, insurance is critical to the housing sector. But you can avoid insurance from development. Otherwise, that sector will be vulnerable to uncontrollable risk, financial instability, and it will not be able to meet the expectation that is expected in the sector. I need to dimension the risk that is faced by the housing sector. Accident and injury to workers. They need to be covered. They need to be compensated. You look at house damage. The house itself under construction can collapse.
Recording in progress.
It can, cause damage to surrounding properties, other buildings. These are what insurance will take care of. We can talk about environmental hazards. The waste that is caused by collapsed building. Insurance take care of them. You can talk about liability risks. The owner of a building that you are collapsed building, rested upon or damaged could take you on. The litigation cost, the compensation cost is borne by insurance. Insurance companies have developed, an omnibus products that cater for financial losses or losses that says these housing sectors are their faces, and you'll get indemnified and continue in your business. The piece of insurance gives. For example, if this is under taking your constructional site, you are building, and something happens, perhaps fire erupts, or there is flood damage, or there is earthquake, or there is even, we know that tsunami may not happen here, not sure for sure. This is uncertain. This happens, and you as the top, sir, the building we are erecting has collapsed or damaged by reason of erosion, by reason of depredation or what have you. Having for that constructional, or the building, you have peace of mind that you'll be compensated, and it will give you money to mobilize you to continue doing your business. That stimulus to business enterprise that insurance offers us give peace of mind, the security to continue your job. And you see, perhaps people have paid you rather than delaying them. The delay and run-off cost to eat by reason of loss or damage to your building under construction. Insurance mobilizes you. You open your building. It gives you peace of mind, security, risk control, and it almost benefit are countless. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Jeff. I'm still coming back to you. I want to go to Song now. From Takaful perspective, how do you think that the professionals in the housing sector can really from insurance? To take us on that.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator and participant. Developers in the housing sector can actually from careful sector. We know most of the developers access funding from financial institutions and interest institutions. It tackle insurance cover to ensure that it's made available to developers do in Takaful is not entirely different from what Transcorp are providing, and protection asset for both the developers and the house owners. So provide an ethics because we know that risks that every developer, every risk that has to do with the housing sector, whether you have taken insurance or you have not taken insurance, that continue to exist. We want to make sure that those that want to invest in the housing sector, they remain resilient by dividing that. The only thing that can give you peace of mind to remain in business is pay.
Thank you. I actually wanted to anchor this conversation on price, process, and the product. And we're already talking into it. An average when it to insurance, the fog around this understanding of the workability of it. How can I pay this amount? And when you say that I suffer a loss and I will now be compensated to this tune of money, comparing your industry to the banking industry, whereby whatsoever you put there is what or seems a little more or a little less. This fog form a fog of confusion. And on this platform, I would like Jeff again to please take us through the process. How affordable is the price? Because that's quite important. Peace of mind, yes, but how price? And I'll come to Song later to tell about point to action that I have, because we are in a practical section. I don't want anybody to go home more confused than they came. So please, Jeff, into the pricing and the practicality of it. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you,
It's working, or you could use that. Yeah.
Okay, better. So, insurance, the public perceive insurance to be expensive. Insurance business. Now, I will start from one of the principles of insurance that is utmost good faith. That is total faithfulness or honesty. You are required to come insurance with the total honesty. You are coming to insure your build. Let's the actual value of your building, and that will remain what we call sum insured. That may be compensated to the full sum insured. Now we charge you this sum called premium as consideration for insurance service we provided to you or the insurance cover. And it's very, because you don't know about it, at times we charge 0.25% of the value of your building. At times because of what we call good risk. If you have fire extinguishment appliance, if you have sprinkler leakage, you have fire hose, and there is fire station close to your premises, we can give you further compensation. You are a premium payout. A loss. You say, for example, the value of your building is 100 million and you insure to the tune of 100 million. You pay the requisite premium and there is fire damage in of your building. Insurance company will pay you 20 million, and if there is what we call excess or deductible that you have elected to bear, perhaps to reduce your premium, we will charge claims to the deductible excess or 10, give you 5 million naira, and perhaps as resultant premium might be in the 1,000 or at much 1 million naira or less. You see, but with this you have full claims. Always we will clear the full value of their property. The value of property is 100 million. The value of my million, just to pay a lower premium from the actual premium. And if there is loss or there is claim, we will apply what we call free insurance penalty for if you at the time charges proportion of that claim and give you the balance. So we share your property to the extent of the full will get compensation. Okay. But if because you pay a reduced premium, you will be penalized for doing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
But Jeff, I would like Caller D to price. Talk to the price issue before I leave you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Just to add to what scalable. It is we operate on a law of large numbers. So what we do is we collect premiums of everybody, loss of 1 or 2 or 3 people. Look at all of us. I'm sure a lot of us will relate with Esusu or Ajo collections. So when everybody contributes and it is the turn of somebody to take that person pass, you know that money will be big. So that is the concept of insurance. Everybody contributes to a pool, and that is why killed that premium. One of the products my company brought to this fair is personal accident, and we are just giving it at 5,000, and it qualifies you, in terms of accidental death, 1 million. And some people were that premium is too small. Now, how can you promise 1 million or 500,000 for just for 5,000? But that's the way it is. It's a law of large numbers that has made us to be able to scale down premiums such that we know that all of us cannot have accidents at one time. So we want, and that's how.
Thank you. That's what we refer to as pool of risk. Together with the anticipation that all of you will not suffer loss at the same time. And if one person lost, of course, what others had contributed, rate him. Fine, fantastic. So I go to song now. Please. I have decided to listen to your message. To a day, well, God knows, as we always say, something happening. So give to put basis or steps on how we think we can take off from here, from the point of wanting to insure my property through the process and to maybe if a claim arises. Okay. Tap it. Or the mic, you can use that, yes.
In the process of onboarding, usually the onboarding process in the insurance industry is not difficult. There is what we call proposal form. It is that
Can it be louder?
whoever that is bringing his business, he has more knowledge of what he is bringing for insurance better than the insurance company. He will disclose the full detail about the property. Then the insurance company will now use what Elias Speakers has mentioned, a rating higher under 0.25%, assuming the value of the property is 100 million. You apply 0.25% to the sum of million to arrive at the premium or contribution payable. Once, if you have made that payment, a policy document will be issued to you. If you become holder for careful, you are a participant, because the different and full the way we treat the business at the end of the day. If the process of filing claim with the insurance company, you notify them, you give them detail of the incident that has happened. The insurance company will document the claims that you have filed. Where there is that need for them to send a surveyor, the insurance does is that you will not profit, because the principle is to bring you back to the position for the occurrence of that loss. If your house insured 200 million and you set notification with estimate of more than 300 million, that means you want to claim more than what you have placed. Company has of you not been compensated more than the amount of claim that the sum insured that you have placed at the time of transaction. They will process of screening. Once if they're satisfied that the file is not fraud, the insurance company will pay you. And I want to correct one impression. People have the impression that insurance doesn't pay claim. It's not any longer. We have regulators, and the only thing that we can end the conflict is for us to pay claims when they are due.
Thank you very much. You just touched on the next issue I want to raise with Jeff. Because if sincere with ourselves, I think part of the albast on the of the insurance industry is the issue of trust. It is believed that at the point of your wanting to engage your client, you will sort of switch. But when it comes to claims, there is plenty grammar. I do know personally that things have changed. It has become more stringent. But I want Jeff to what extent the industry or your companies been able to kill this challenge of trust, particularly when it comes to the realm or the point of claims payment, which is the fulcrum of anyone engaging in insurance.
Thank you very much. So, as the time pass, insurance business from the public perspective is fraughted with mistrust. The regulator, the insurance operators, and people that are actually managing insurance business in Nigeria resolve that insurance in their position. Now the regulators are at the forefront of ensuring that customers are treated fairly well. Once you ensure and there is clear, the insurance companies are obliged to meet that. And for us at University, we frown at delayed claims payment in the but you can in paying the frown at it, and we treat our customers fairly. At our is treating customers that our customers want to give. If you buy insurance products, that is the time of claim, you must give the customer that experience. That must be at the claims, because that is the end point of insurance business. That is the time appears insurance service. Insurance is an intangible service. When you are buying it, that promise is consummated when there is claim and you receive your claims checks and on customer happy. This is what we are championing, and that is what the industry is championing now with the regulator. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I know where the Colade would also some, even though I'm quite aware of the very strict regulatory environment that we have now. Companies are made to look for SPACs rather than chooses not to pay. Colade, would you like to talk briefly to that?
Thank you, and I'm still going to come on the regulatory angle, which NICOM is not joking with. They send out circulars. That's our regulator, the National Insurance Commission. They send out circulars, regularly to inform, underwriters, insurance companies of the need to make sure that claims requests are met timely, as Dr. Jeff has said. Now, one of the things they've done, that Motor Third Party has just the compulsory compliance has started. So they have even said once any claim, they're given a timeline coming respond. And if, for example, anybody in the public, anybody in the insurance public has a cause to report any underwriter or insurance company to the regulator, the cost of settling that claim, after you have settled the claim, they will still penalize you because you wasted time and it got to the regulator. So a lot has changed in that space. People are aware now. They are claims. You want to treat them.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just take this last round, and our time is just even though some of us are pretty under pressure to lose eye. But leave the space after now for Q&A because insurance discussion is often not what you see all the time, and I'm sure there are issues that may be bugging the minds of our delegates. Let's to song now. Outside what other, I know it takes who is really insured to think about insuring his house. Every human being that you see with him is embedded all the insurances that you talk about. So outside in, from the point of view of Crown Takaful, what are the other products that you think you would like to bring to the table for the benefit of those that are listening here, briefly?
Okay, to start with, Crown Takaful, like I've said earlier, providing insurance services, which is alternative to conventional. We are a composite company that we do both Takaful. We have product about it and also family Takaful. One thing to know is that people hardly take insurance policies to save days. Feel part of the culture here. If you have any problem that you can solve, ask it friends or family members. So that's what of us, we live with enough ability tolerant to cater for other people. You have insurance product you can you are planning for wedding or nikah.
Where do you say wedding?
Yeah, nikah.
Okay.
You have nikah that if you know you are going to give up your daughter for marriage in the next 3 or 4 years, you can start saving. You don't wait until when it is time that you start running around to look, because there are products that you can actually from full or insurance and save over time. When there is that due to make you money plus the investment income will be paid to you. One thing that we also know that there are products that also, if you have a targeted savings, you want to save for your children education, and you do up to maturity time. The Crown Takaful will pay balance of the targeted amount, assuming you have taken a 5-year plan and you did not live up to that 5 years. And that you want to save, Crown Takaful will come with the balance of that targeted amount. That's investment from plus protection.
Wow.
We have so many products that encourage savings.
I do know that, and I'm sure that you will still be around for so many people to do that for you. Without reiterating what Song had said, Jeff, do you want to talk to special products, non-housing products that could benefit? This is a mixed grill of demographics here. You have young people, you have middle-aged people, and you have the advancing aged people here. So what does Universal have to offer?
Okay, at Universal Insurance PLC, besides the cover that is given to the housing sector, we have a lot of insurance plans for the public. At Universal Insurance PLC is an insurance business. Our policies are highly affordable. We have a policy of 1,000, we call personal accident policy. 1,000, I will give you 1 million naira, benefit for personal accident, for death, accidental ability, for total ability, and also for your medical expense is 1,000 naira product. What was again? Well, because I wish on this, because this is an arena of the building industry. We also have we call construction or risk insurance that you build whilst in construction. And this is important for you to know the insurances so that you don't go against the law. We have occupiers liability insurance. We have liability insurance. These are insurances that you will take to cater for your legal liabilities against third parties and against, perhaps your neighbors that will incur loss or damage by reason of collapse of your building, or if anything flew out of your building and damage the other parties.
Jeff, I ask him to also speak to that from the point of before we try to draw the curtains.
Yeah, thank you. But quickly, I would like to run us back and capture it. For IAI, this is our second engagement with this forum, and it has been a learning curve. And we're talking products. So what we've been hearing, sessions after sessions, we've been listening to developers, people within this space, and what they need. One of the things we've learned over the course of this week is that people they need not even for the old mortgage. They want that you have to come up with. So that will go back into problems. Talking about other things we have. People need them to bring bonds. Insurance companies will issue bonds that will protect and money. So we have a lot, out there that we can do.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. At the point of signing agreements, there are something to do with any form of liability at that point, maybe before the commencement of land or do we have anything like that?
Yes, we do. We have insurance policy we call the professional indemnity policy. This policy is for professionals, those in the building industry. For the consultants, you are giving consultancy to erect a building for somebody, and something may happen. You are charged. When you have this professional indemnity policy, you are at home. If out of your professional negligence there is defective action, there is collapse, and their principal insurance will pay for that loss or damage.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Do you agree?
Yes, we have a profanity takaful for professionals that are in the building industry. In a similar way, the protection that may arise, liabilities that may arise as a result of professional negligence. And we also have product that has to cover liability of the developer in case you are building a structure that is more than third-party injury, which is a requirement anyway. You develop at whatever stage of your construction for your liability to make sure that it's without paying unnecessarily from the income.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is very much against us. Looking at us with some kind of eyes, and I think they've tried. Actually, I conclude by thanking you, gentlemen, for availing yourself this very. I do know that you have your stand, and people can always approach you even before the close of this. And I also want to carry a message for to the organizers of
AIHS. It's been one of the best. It's been one of the best that I personally attended. But I would like to put the poser to the organizers that do you have insurance for all this? Do you have public liability insurance? The last time I was going to I was going to sleep at one of the stores. If I fall there and anything happens to me, what happens? He said, you'll be on your own. I said, wow, that's not going to be the best. And I do believe because insurance has been featured and captured into the component of the AIHS program. Next year, by the grace of God, we will be more secured without fearing that anything might fall on our heads, without fearing that we can eat food that we run, fearing that any of us can suddenly develop a proper running a skater. Thank you so much for giving us this space.
Thank you. Please let's clap for them. I will invite our board chairman to join them to take a group picture. Very rich panel. A small boy was rowing a boat, taking an insurance one part of Nigeria to another, and the man was asking the boy when they were on the boat. He said, small boy, do you know anything about insurance? The boy said, no. He said, a quarter of your life is gone. Halfway into the journey, the boat capsized and the boy was swimming and the man was sinking. The man said, do you know anything about swimmiology? And the man said, no. He said, okay, you are on your own. Let's clap for them. We have two quick sessions. One of them, of course, will be conversations from commitments and comments made. And the other, of course, will be on real estate marketing and ethical practice and compliance. So permit invite those who will be helping us. I want to bring up the president of BRG, Dr. Emmanuel Abdikoye. Please put your hands together for him. Up. May I also invite portfolio manager for BRG, Madam Ijoma Lulu. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up. We have a CEO of BRG Academy, Dr. Emmanuel Oshotoku. Please put your hands together for them as they come out. And the moderator for this panel is Ria Abdul. Please clap for them. Clap for them. Real estate marketing and ethical practice. I think there's no market official in this country that can market like real estate people. Every in this compound, and they are doing well. They can market to you just now and market to you again. Please clap for them.
Thank you so much. What an honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us till this evening. We know that some of us are a bit tired, but this panel is going to be because there's a lot to talk about. My name is Ria Abdul. I am a broadcast journalist. And we're Abuja. I'll greet my Muslim people here, Sanudazua Nagesheku. So please pay attention to this panel session because it's going to be very exciting. And there are definitely going to be questions at the end of the day, so please pay attention. And we're talking about real estate marketing as compliance, which is something very important when we speak about real estate. And I have my able-bodied people here. You know, they have been in real estate for quite a number of years. That's answering this question. I'll start with you, the president of BRG. When we talk about compliance and we talk about, been in the over 14 years, if I'm correct, how would you say you've been able to incorporate this with over a time of time?
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much for that. Firstly, I would like to The big harm of the real estate market, it's a very market that we need to pay attention to. And because just like the MC said, that we do a lot of the talkings, we do a lot of the sellings, we do a lot of the communications. And one major aspect that realtors are not getting it right in the areas of compliance is in communicating the ways and manner that the values of selling communicated to the investors. Because as a matter of fact, it's an established fact that 70% that are in real estate up from the stage of communication, the stage of sales. Ethical practice that realtors need to work on is proper understanding of the product that they are selling. Therefore, to be educatively what the values that the subscribers are going to get that particular product. And another aspect is of conflict management and resolution. A lot of issues that occurs within the real estate space, a lot of problems that occur within the real estate space, a lot of them, there's some realtors find it difficult in addressing some of these issues. Even though some might arise from the regulator, but realtors make it as a point of duty to their head so that they can get the adequate information, create knowledge about the product they are selling. Then it will be very easy to communicate. By so doing, we'll be able to reduce these issues that we have in real estate.
Okay, to you, Madam Lulu, you are next. I just want to pick on something that you said. So at BRG, how are you able to fill in this gap? Because you own a very vital position. You stand at a vantage point. So how are you able to fill in the gap?
Thank you so much. BRG, as you all know, that we not only sell properties, we make sure that we empower our people. We make sure that we give them the adequate training. We make sure that we give them the adequate skills that they need to be able to position themselves as an expert in the areas of sales so that they can better communicate the value that are selling
effectively. Okay, to you, Madam Lulu. Over 8 years and you're still standing. You've been very vital when we talk about real estate, and you play a key role because we talk about this. Today, you are the key person when we talk about communication. So far, in terms of marketing and also compliance, how would you say I would stand the public relations manager? How have you been able to navigate it to make sure the right information goes out to the right people?
Okay, thank you so much for this question. Okay, so it's all by president, and that we constantly educate showing that they give out the right information out there, and then we get updated as well with regulation, new that have been put in place comes to real estate industry. So we disseminate this information as well to showing not mislead the public, they do not mess us. So constant reminder education helps us to bridge this gap and ensuring that we give out the right information to our prospective investors.
All right, and Mr. Emmanuel, I like to call you the best teacher because you have trained over, if I'm correct, 100,000 students, and you have. We also know that there's this culture of wuru to the answer. Want to follow the right. They see that this is what you're supposed to follow, but they just want to go quick to the answer. Which I want a lot of students. How are you able to teach them, the facts, to maintain truth, to maintain ethics, even when sometimes it's looking like you have to just follow a fast?
All right, thank you so much for that question, and thanks to Mr. President and also my colleague here. First, you must understand that the real estate industry is very cumbersome in the sense that you are likely to miss it when you're not getting the right information. You're likely to sell something that you don't know when you don't have the right personal knowledge for what you're doing. First thing first for us as a brand is that as an educationist rather, and also the CEO of the BRG Academy, one of the first things we do is to ensure that every of our realtors understand what we call product knowledge and also due diligence. You don't sell what you don't think you know, because at the end of the whole deal, you might end up in jail and they'll be in their house. So what we basically as a brand is to ensure that we educate people with proper knowledge, proper skill. We have amazing facilitators on all our trainings, ensuring that they constantly remind them of the ethics that guides the industry. Also, to show you how important it is for us, just 2 weeks ago, we had the honor as a brand to host the governor of Lagos State, that is at a conference I just held 2 weeks ago. That is the director in charge of LASERA. LASERA is the Lagos State Regulators Authority that helps us to regulate the real estate space. And we're doing that to showcase the partnership between our brand and the law-abiding residences. That we are willing to educate, we are willing to train, and we are also willing to ensure or follow the lines that the government has laid as a springboard for us to be able to part together and do so much. Yeah, thank you.
But please, I want us to listen carefully because there are definitely going to be a lot of questions, out of this session. But I'll come to you quickly, Dr. Emmanuel. In terms of people market anything, and I'm sure some of us are falling into that hands where, even the house is not good, but they are marketing it because of the money. And at the end of the day, and sell. I know one or two of us have. You draw the line, and what would you say some of the when it comes to be about marketing and making your money, still maintaining those ethics that you need to market what is right. Like you said, you need to your product before you market it. It should not just be about money. And a lot of people believe that right now, in real estate, people just want to sell and take money. They don't care about the conditions where the people buying will live, which is very important.
All right, thank you. So, like I said earlier, a lot of issues that happens in real estate happens from the point of communications. Most of the realtors that we have now they are just after the commission. They just want to sell and move on to the next person. A lot are not the basic. They just want survival. That you end up selling what is not genuine. You end up selling what you're not supposed to sell to your client. Some are even motivated with incentives, like because of the incentives of developers put peg against the product, they are motivated to settle looking at what the client at the end of the day. So, as part of correcting this, realtors should see how best they can equip themselves with the adequate knowledge. Understand the product. Product knowledge is very, very important because you can't sell what you don't know. Product knowledge is very, very important. It is the basis, and you need to understand and think about real estate. You might not but understand little things from the financing aspect, from the construction aspect, from even let us understand like little things about all of these things so that you can be able to guide your client. You can be able to guide them, advise them very well so that they don't make mistakes. So education is very, very important and we need to take it.
But still with you, from your point of view, do you think that some realtors, I don't want to say all realtors, are going into real estate because they believe that it's lucrative or not because they want to deliver quality to their clients?
Let me take it from the aspect of the angle that when I joined real estate. I joined real estate for survival.
Okay.
So I real estate for survival. And in between coming into started marketing, working out for me. Create a niche for myself in this business. So I decided decide not just only market what developers throw to me, to vet those properties before market. I now did that. While I started doing this, I discovered a lot of loopholes, that a lot of mistakes have been in the past. Then I start correcting them. I start subjecting the properties I got to due diligence, verification, engaging my own surveyors, go to site, pick the coordinate with the land spirit to first of all get the status of the property, then before subject buys. So us realtors also became business just. But when you find yourself in it, you discover that this thing that then you see now plan on investing into it yourself, like investing in yourself. Get the adequate knowledge, get the adequate can use to position yourself as an expert in the field.
Yeah. Because from all you're saying, it's just survival mode with real estate. You either land in prison or something bad will happen because at the end of the day, you'll be caught. But let me come to you, Madam Lulu. You stand at a point of public relations. You give out communication. You know, how do you think we can change this narrative that people already have when it comes to realtors just going in the army and trying to give their clients the best? Are you working on as a public relations person with BRG to change this narrative to make people understand that, you know, there's still the bandwagon, but at the end of the day, we have real make sure that the clients are living in the best places as possible. When you buy a house from them, you know that this house is standing the test of time. You know that nobody's coming to you in 5 or 3 years to tell you that, oh, this land is not supposed to be, you know, you're not supposed to be here.
Okay, thank you for that question. It's quite vast. So for me to function better as a public relation, we also do our own back-end work, which is doing the right due diligence. Now, some people will just pick coordinate and run search. It doesn't end that way. We also go further than taking lawyers, doing the right thing, ensuring that property decide to list under the BRG umbrella is free from every government encumbrance, right? Now, we pass that property to our realtors. It's okay. You can go ahead and then market it to your investors. Because hello? 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 Okay. Thank you. So, ensuring that we've done our due diligence behind, and then it's now time realtors. Then pass.
Or would you just
Use the side.
Hello.
So, thank you. So passing this information down to our realtors means that we've done the right thing. Now, hence we have group chats under the umbrella where we give out the right information. So we have over 200 groups where we pass out information to ensure that all our 100,000 realtors that we have under the umbrella of BRG are well informed. Now, as a public relations manager for BRG, I also go further. I have a lot of realtors that I follow. So watch their page, see what they're posting, ensuring that they're giving out the right information. Whichever one does not give out the right information, it is my duty to also correct this person and tell the person information, and this is how you should go about it. Now, we have over 100,000 realtors. I know the next question is, how do you reach out to all these realtors? So we have what we call the business opportunity to run every quarter in BRG. And that way, we come get updated trains, information on that borders around the estate industry. Aside the BOT, we also have what we do every 2 weeks. We call it the Knowledge Center. We do it online and offline because we have our realtors all over the world. And we're not just called the #1 brokerage firm for nothing. 1,000 realtors. And majority of our realtors are in diaspora. So how do they get updated? We go ahead and have the Knowledge Center. That Knowledge Center, we give them the updated information. When we're taking on new realtors as well, they get before the field, before they go into the market to pass out their information. So we ensure that we do the right in back end, and then public wise, we ensure that we also give them the right information. Now, when it comes to BRG, I don't know, as a realtor, my own suggestion is just join. So once you'll be well equipped. It's not every single property we see out there that we market. Yes, we have several developers. We have that have good intentions. We also have ones that are there for their selfish reasons. So the job of BRG is, before we list any company at all, we do the due diligence, not just on your property, but on you as a company, to ensure that we're not going to sell. So we want to sell peace of mind to our clients, and then also our realtors selling peace of mind. They know that they sell today, they go to sleep, in the next 20 years, they are covered.
And if there's anything I love that you said, it's selling peace of mind. There's nothing like living in a house that you have peace of mind. But let me come to you, Mr. Emmanuel. You have trained a lot of students, and sometimes we say it's not just about training, because you can train somebody and they will not learn. So I want you to talk to people here that will want to get into real estate, realtors as well. What are some of the things that when you're training, you emphasize that when you're going into the field, these are some of the ethics you must not forget. 5 ethics that no matter what, nobody can buy you out of this ethics.
Okay, number one is the first 1 year for us as a brand. Our brand has been powered around people. Everything we do in a brand is not only about profit; it's about the people. We strongly believe as a brand that if you invest in people, people will bring profit. So we spend a lot of time. That's why every week, day in, day out, we're training people, we're empowering people. Countless of lives have been made millionaires, some in dollars, just because of the value that we have in investing in people. Number two, in order for us, one of the things train is on communication and negotiation skill. It is one thing to have the deal, or it's one thing to have a client. It's another thing for you to be able to communicate properly to the client. It's another thing for you to be able to negotiate properly with the client. So we teach a lot on communication for not just leadership, also on communication. Also, we focus also our training around branding. We strongly, that's why they stand out. We are not proud about it, but we are there.
Oh.
Not where anywhere you see any of our realtors, street that people see you before they hear you. And we invest so much in perception, making sure that you're selling. Am I making? So my communication. All right, good. So it's very, very important that you understand. So these are things that we as a brand also make sure the size is on his own. Every realtor is a lawyer that doesn't have degree. You need to understand the legal terminologies. What so that you don't sign something like you say. So we make sure that we educate you with proper knowledge. We strongly believe as a brand that if you are going to excel in the real estate space, you cannot not ignore the BRG brand. We are the number one go-to, the biggest brand ever you can ever think of in the real estate space, especially when it comes to brokerage in Africa. And we are unapologetic about that.
I love. Come to you.
Yeah, if you want to clap
I'll
very
come
well.
to you,
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Please, if we clap, let's clap very well so that we know that we are clapping. All right, so I'll come to you, Dr. Emmanuel here, and this question is really tricky, but it talks, off-plan and land acquisition, and we know that that's where there's sort of a problem, when it comes to off-plan and also land acquisition. But how do you think that industry leaders can come together, especially in real estate, to make sure that people do not go to the fact that you buy land and later you go there and they tell you, oh, Omonile has this land, or this land is not supposed to be yours. We've seen that happen over and over again. I've reported that. So how can let's say them together, to make sure that people do not go through bringing their hard, and the day you want to start building and you're hearing different things. And have you experienced that before?
Yes. Yes. As of this real estate brokerage in Africa, I also play in the development field, Trabital Real Estate, and when we started development far back in 2018, 2017, we've always lost money to money to land to the Omoniles and the likes. But one thing that we've done well to not to have repeat occurrences is to make sure that we get those properties from the right source. as a real estate developer or as a realtor, one very important thing that you need to take note of is you need to understand the business, your business. I call it understanding the business of your business.
Yeah.
Your business is real estate, but it's a business. There is a business of real estate that you need to understand. And across the because we'll be talking about due diligence, and make sure you verify. As a developer, as well as you understand the sources of land, where to get this land, and the processes. For Monile, you need to understand the ethics that surround buying land from the indigenous landowners. If government understand the processes that revolves around getting land, and sometimes if you come from government, you can either get it where we are. We have a larger percentage of you get your land through the government allocation process.
Yeah.
Right? So if you are buying land from real estate developers, you understand the process that involves in buying land from this source. That's the instant source of issues that occur. Let's say of plans and all of these things.
Yeah.
Not understand. Some issues also arises from the regulators. Take for instance what is currently happening within the coastal road corridor.
Yeah.
No clear policies. The policies are not clear enough, and sometimes they change. Like for the coastal road,
Yeah.
we had that there was an alignment. There was an old alignment, but now we have a new alignment which affected people's property. Yeah. So government, the developers, the realtors, everybody within the real estate market sector just need to find a way to synergize. Every we can work together to have a healthy real estate sector.
All right, and Madam Lulu, I'm coming to you quickly, so I'm just going to take one more line of question, then I'm going to come to the audience. So please, two questions. Please make sure you listen attentively so we can, get to ask questions. But Madam Lulu, I'm coming to you on the say, what can be taken to make sure that marketing respects fair housing and anti-discrimination guidelines to publicizing your houses and all of that? How can we remove that discrimination, from there?
Okay, so basically, I'm used to BRG, so we do not have such in BRG because we have every product for every type of investor, be it low, medium, or high. Everything is available. So what we do is we make this available so we do not restrict our investors. We made this available so every single investor pockets you fall into it.
Yeah.
So in terms of, I think so have to speak with the developers as well. So they make everything affordable, not just the high end, can't be high end all the time. So you also have to be, because we have those who can't afford it to housing 2-3 years down the line, but they need to invest in real estate. So they need to buy affordable. I think we have a couple of that here as well in Abuja. So we should be, in BRG, we do not have the anti-fair system. We actually have a fair system where everybody is counted and everybody is made, real estate has been made available for every level of investor. But going forward, developers should be able to provide the affordable ones, the mid-affordable, and then the high-end. So it's a level playing ground for every investor.
Okay, I love the fact that there's no discrimination. But I'll come to you, Mr. Emmanuel, and I always say that you train a lot of people, and people have listened to you, and because of you, they got into real estate. But even though we still see there's an influx of people coming into real estate, when you have conversations with some people, they tell you, oh, we're scared to get into Nigerian real estate because you don't know what will happen the next moment. You build your house, the government will say they want to build road, just as they said they'll demolish it. How do you continue hammering on the fact that, real estate is stable in Nigeria? We still maintain all the ethics that we're supposed to maintain for the young ones in diaspora to be able to come back and invest back home and participate in real estate. How are you teaching people, All
right. I'll be very unbiased. Thank you so much for that question. Number one, do not buy a property without a profession. Do not buy property because of a post on Instagram.
Oh, really?
Yes, you can
Well,
just.
a lot of people have closed deals from Instagram.
So you should not buy. I mean, you should be able to do your due diligence beyond what you see online.
Okay.
Right? You should be able to gauge service of a professional realtor or a broker. And that's why we have we have 100,000 of them.
Yeah.
There's a high possibility we're really working on. I'm trying to get a statistic that out of 10 realtors, there must be one BRG person among or two.
Okay.
It's tell you how massive we are. We are army without uniform, but we are well informed. So I say that to say this, that you must engage the service of a professional and don't be scared to pay. Of course, we don't even collect money. We don't collect charges. We do it for free. But the point is that don't be scared to pay for professional fee when they need so that you avoid pitfalls that other people that have gone ahead of you have also fell into, right? There's a lot of scam out there, and you engage. And I'll be selfish to say that engage BRG. We are the most reliable, the most trusted brand that you can ever rely on to help you get the right properties and else feels fast and better. That's one. Number two, also ensure that you as a client make sure that you also have knowledge of what you're buying. Understand, what am I buying? Ask yourself these 5 questions. What am I buying? Where am I buying it? Are you guys buying? Where am I buying it? Who am I buying it from? What is the credibility of the source I'm buying this property from? Am I communicating? So only one person is responding. Okay, good. So what am I buying? Where am I buying it? What is the credibility? Who is selling this thing to me? What is the credibility of this person? Are you getting what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
And also, time. You can't buy at the wrong time. You have to in the trade is key. And also somebody can pay for a property and send money to his personal account and you send it. That's error. Am I communicating here? You cannot send money or million to the court of law. You have lost the case because there is no proper company that you are dealing with in the transaction. Am I communicating?
Yeah.
So please make sure that you get adequate knowledge. Back to what Mr. President said, everything right back to knowledge. When you know, you will lead and you have an edge over other people.
And this has been such a beautiful panel. A lot has been learned. But right about now, I'd like to take questions quickly. So I want to take questions from 3 people. So if you have questions, please hands up.
Okay, there's someone there.
Okay. So please just say your name and who you're directing the question to. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Simple, and my regards to the host of the show. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel White Lion, representing White Lion Enterprise. I come from Lagos. I am very familiar with BRG, a lot familiar, and I am a lot familiar with the system. So it's a point of view, actually, not really a question. Some of these things are happening in Lagos. This trust business, it's becoming a in this business because the heads of no particular real estate group in concern, but some of them, because the developers, they have good relationships with the head, so they go about not doing the due diligence, then putting realtors in problem. I'm speaking from the point of view as a realtor and as a client. I have faced it. So please, I am pleading that heads of real estate companies and other ones, this is a message. Please talk with these developers. And also sometimes after the realtors close these sales, to even get the head of the head of the realtor problem. So please help clients and help realtors. Talk with these developers. Let them do the needful. Thank you.
All right. So do you want to quickly say?
The question, we answer them together, please.
All right.
Good day, everyone. Person to anyone in particular. However, I've noticed that developers, I don't know, probably Lagos developers suddenly found Abuja very lucrative and they come down here, they build houses and the home so small. And then, I don't know how they do the visit. You're looking so good. Then when you bring your clients, it's a different thing. I don't know if the target audience is Asians But I mean, we Nigerians, we know the standard of houses that are sellable. So these people are pumping in 350 million, and then they are not even getting value for what they are buying. So I want to find out, are there steps that you people are taking to like ensure that people are getting value for their money? Because either ways, by the time you take the client to this place, this place, this place, and it's all look lost credibility. You know, there are some clients that chance it. Thank you very much.
Do we have more questions? Okay, we have one there. So please touch on that question. Hold your thought on that question.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm standing on the existing protocol. My name is Edwin Osai, and quite frequently there's this steady attack on the real estate space, whereby you see people start calling out different real estate companies, and sometimes these real estate companies are genuine, but just because some people just come online to tarnish the image of other companies. Is there anything being done to protect real estate from all this cyber attack, online bully, and so on? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're done. So press BRG.
Okay. Okay. So I'll from the person. Like, is there anything that the real estate body is doing to make sure that stop this cyberbullying? See, the real estate market has about 7 key players, starting from the regulators, the developers, the brokerage arm, the professional bodies. Those are the then we have the facility, the financing, and also the client themselves. So, but it happens that a lot of, if any of these markets does anything, it always bans on the developers. It's always the end always comes to the developers, because probably they are the one that takes the client's money. Take, for instance, some of the things that is happening within the real estate space. I mentioned one earlier. There are a lot of it that, when you look at it, it's not actually the developer's fault that such issues are happening. And also, when it comes to the realtors aspect, I talked about it earlier also in terms of conflict resolution and all of these things. Realtors also, because they do not have adequate information, also they find it difficult in resolving some of those conflicts, which at the end of the day now goes to the public, where you see people calling out developers there and there.
Yeah.
But the Real Estate Association, the REDAN, is on resolving most of these issues. You know, the industry is so big, and there have been a lot of issues that have been on ground for a very long time. But the heads of the REDAN, they are actually working to make sure that this can be actually addressed. And every aggrieved client that have issues, I think they are also setting up an office care of every aggrieved client that have issues in one way or the other, can also liaise with the office of the Developers Association to get their issues solved. So by so doing, we'll have less of these issues popping up online that developers will be called out.
All right. So quickly, because of our time, Madam Lulu, she was asking a question about the spaces of the house. You know, they put it in the video and it looks so big, and then you get there, it's very little. We've heard a lot about that. The PR, we must say. So quickly, what's your take on that?
Okay, so she said something that she doesn't know if Lagos developers have not encroached into Abuja. So I also think, from my own experience as a realtor, and as a realtor that I've been in the game for a very long time, I also think that the reason, in terms of space, I think space in accordance to different location matters. So I think the reason why you might find smaller space in an end location going for a range of 450, 400, 500, all boils down to the cost of land. Now, as a developer, I am not here based on experience and the information that I have.
as a developer, when they go to buy lands in this top-notch location or prime location, it tends to be high in price. Now, how do they maximize profits? For them to maximize profit, they need to build more units to get profit in return. Because nobody goes into business to lose money, right? Now, they have to build to maximize profit. Hence why you might find some of those houses smaller in space. Now, it cuts across both locations, Abuja and Lagos, wherever you find it. Now, if you also want a very spacious home, because they also have very spacious homes, so division and the cost allocate. So there are places you go to, you find their houses, the rooms are really spacious, and you'll be like, oh my goodness, this is really spacious. Now, check the migration into that location. It might not be as high as that of the prime locations, definitely not. Now, also, few location, you find out that their spaces are large. Go back 5 years later, 6 years later, you find out those developers in those axes as well have started reducing the size of their buildings or rooms. It all boils down to the cost of land. But if you are an individual, an investor who decides to buy my land and then build, of course you're going to have a lot of space to play with because you're not selling it. You're building for your own comfort to reside in.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And to the first question, yeah, the message is well received and we'll definitely work on it. Yes, thank you so much.
All right.
You mentioned something about TT. Now, accessibility to other developers or the brokerage, because you mentioned something about having a close relationship head of the brokerage or so. Yeah. And then you tend to sell because your head of brokerage have why and sell. And then most of them end up running into trouble and then you have nowhere to run to. That's why you have to join BRG. Because our leaders, our president is accessible 24 hours. All the developers we deal with, they are also available. If they're not accessible, you come back to our president and we address it. There's no need for a story you cannot access. Just reach out to me today. Come and join BRG.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the BRG team. They are saying they are accessible, they are available, and they are willing. And of course, this is one of the biggest that you can have to be with those who can get there on time. This is how the New York Times describes this group. It says this is a group where luxury meets legacy, is dressed in a designer confidence. They are not just Nigeria's largest company, they are Rolls Royce of reality, the Elon Musk of mega linkings, and the Beyonce of brokerage brilliance. Please put your hands there for them. Very much honored to have you. We'll take that picture now, and then we'll go on to the next one. Thank you very much for doing a good job, for turning your name into real. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the next one, and it's very important. We have been deliberating. We have had a high ceremony, technical sessions, and 6 presentations. Now it is time for the biggest and most. Where do we go from here? What do we do with what has been said? Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is the panel that will turn our discussions into action into decisions that can help us so that we don't end up only talking. We get actions that can convert them into discussion. So permit me to welcome former president of NITT, Pound Toyin Ayinde, on the panel. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. We also have the managing director and chief executive Shelter and Services, Abdul Malik Mahdi. Please put your hands together. We have also the managing director and officer on Shelter Limited, Madam Sadia Amino Aliu. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up. Also, the managing director of AG Mortgage Bank, Madam Ngozi Anyogu. Also with us is the president of the Real Estate Association, Royal Highness Akintoye Adeoye. We have also the president of the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Mr. Ayo Olowo Kiri, and our moderator for this session. Please, can we come up once I call your name, let's have you. Please put your hands together for them as they come up. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so the managing director, AG Mortgage Bank, let me correctly say Mr. Ngozi Anyogu. Thank you. We have the moderator for this panel, our director, Oga, who has been very active in all the sessions today, throughout for every panel and this is moderating, but the most important is the President and Chief Officer of Financing and Partnerships Africa, Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Please put your hands together for him. Let's clap for our moderator as he comes up to chair this all-important panel. Those of us at the front. Just move, please. Just move. Just move. Mr. Akinwumi say he brought some gifts. They may not go around, but we'll start sharing from the front. Those in front are sure to get part of these gifts. Please put your hands together for the panel as they take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very important subject, but ironically, a lot of people have left or they have stepped out. Nonetheless, I believe that we that are here will do justice to the program. Generally, anywhere around the world, there are talk shops. Talk. Where people talk and talk and talk and talk year in, year out, and you cannot actually specific that have been derived from such talks. Not that those people are not talking intelligently or they were not bringing substance to the table. The problem is sometimes you take a process and you don't sit down to organize your thought process, lessons learned, what have been achieved, the practical solutions. We will not be able to measure results in the future. So we have already, a lot of our people that have been invited here are not here, but I believe that the three or four will do justice to. When we organize programs and we now decide to brainstorm about way forward and positive steps to it's a good thing to be done. I used to organize mortgages in Canada. They will say this Canada must come again. Well, I cannot take it away from my life. NMRC, for instance, is one of the products that we developed from Canada. It's a Canadian institution kind of believe. One of the reasons why mortgage affordable cannot work in Nigeria is because we don't have enough institutions that are driving all those things. Developments are driven by institutions around individuals. When individuals become institutions, the problem is that when that individual step out of the system, the institution will collapse. But when you make sure that the institution is working, regardless of any, the institution will still work. I did mention here yesterday when we were talking about Federal Bank, and I did advise that if the managing director of Federal Mortgage Bank can take it upon himself to drive commercialized enterprise, I'm not saying privatize, they are not the same thing. I'm not talking about privatization, talking about commercialization, doing things right, professionalize, forget about politics in appointments. Forget about captive areas and national this and that. focus on performance and delivery, things will work. So on the basis of that, we don't take much time. I will call on with our first brother here to take us through what is the lessons we are taking home. How do we actualize some of those things we have been the last 4 days? Coming back here next year, what can we look back and say that we have developed? You are one of our Pacific Canadian mortgage. I don't mention you are not here. The NMRCs were developed from where? From a workshop in Canada. And today, NMRC in Nigeria making impact. So, can I hand it over to you first or? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I understand from management gurus like my colleague who is seated here that speed is a leadership decision. And how does that apply to our conversations here? Most of us at our various levels, various jurisdictions, if we go back home armed with the decisions that have been reached here, armed with what we have learned these 3 or 4 days, decide to implement them, then things will begin to work. What happens is that we just come, we talk, we go home, and so we are not going back for implementation. In my organization, in AG, in our organization, AG Mortgage Bank, when we ask, we have on our doors, on our tables, and is there me? So this change must start from us. It must start from us here to get home and begin to implement speed to all of the decisions that have been made here today. What will change? The mortgage banks. Because I start from my own constituency. The mortgage banks will need to recalibrate their. What do I mean by recalibrating their roles? The level of capitalized sector is not only because not 5 billion is smaller, but you see, we are beginning to play internationally. We are talking about the diaspora market. And you tell a diasporan that your cap 5 billion naira, convert that to dollars. What is it really worth? He won't take you seriously. That's no business. Mortgage banks should be able to really put themselves in a position to attract capital. We have done so twice. We are going back to the market to raise both equity and debt. Number 2, mortgage should improve on their governance. The governance structure, I'm talking to my constituency. So on them premise that the change should start from me. So we should ensure that we improve on our governance structure. That is important. We should improve on our skill set. There is weakness of skill in the subsector. So we should deploy money, deploy resources in a level standard in the industry, the subsector. In AG Mortgage Bank, we have employed, call them coaches. We have a coach for management. I think it's every last Friday of the month at 3 o'clock, coach will speak to us for 1 hour. The implementation team we have will be addressed for 1 hour by our coach. When we have just started
from September, every board meeting, 30 minutes will be devoted for training at that level. And Tuesday, we have what we call an Ubuntu platform. And on that Tuesday, everybody must be online and to talk to staff. And at Ubuntu, nothing as a vulgar. Say anything, there will be a response, or we will take steps to correct it. Again, there must be real involvement. Our definition of mortgage is too narrow. It's very narrow. And because it is narrow, our portfolios are so small. We have very small entities that play in the market. So we can't attract investment. So we must do something to enlarge our portfolio. Imagine the total mortgage bank, loans granted by the mortgage bank is under 300 billion. What in the bank will carry in their balance sheet? So we must come up with a good product portfolio, enlarge our perception of a mortgage to include some other things we can do within the real estate space, rather than just concentrating on very narrow, little individual mortgages. Come up with a good mortgage portfolio. Before the end of the year, in fact, we're taking some nine market now. They're at the point of we're bouncing them off the market. We have focus groups looking at them at this time. Finish with remote because we're bringing nine mortgage products into the market. That will enrich choice of customers. AG Mortgage Bank is also looking at 1 million customers in the next 6 years. So if we begin to take such audacious steps, the subsector will work well. Then let me leave, now that I've finished with me, that I should go back and implement. I've talked about my subsector. We should improve. We should up our game. Generally, what should we do? Somebody spoken here to lack of uniformity in documentation and process. The CFO you have from Lagos State is not the same CFO you have from Abia State. It's not the same CFO you have from Sokoto State. The process for testing those documents are also not the same. So people are sort of here and not knowing what they are doing. What document are you presenting to the international community as your valid title document? We must go and work on that. I think those are some of the things we had spoken on so far.
I believe you have. Please, can we clap for him? If possible, with standing ovation. People are tired. Don't let us be tired, though, because what he has discussed are very important. I can call soft infrastructures. Time we talk about infrastructures. Give us roads. Give us potent, then give us utilities, electricity, and all of that. There are some fundamental issues that really very strong in terms of that himself. It's talking about the down and the steps. Just as I advised my brother here yesterday, the MD of Federal Mortgage, Federal Mortgage Bank for the employment has been begging for recapitalization since I was there almost 30 years ago, and they are begging for recapitalization. When you listen to me yesterday, I said a grown adult. Begging for what? Loud now. It's begging for breast breast milk. And adult online. I don't have a money anymore. So I would have as an example. Somebody say, are you buying somebody like me? Who does need this? Mama, please, can you give me bread? I'm hungry. It's ridiculous. I say, Oga, you are doing well. You told us your accounts have been updated. National updated. That is part of the soft infrastructure. Such as call for. Get money by your side. That government. They will say, come to Aso Rock, go and spend 3 hours waiting for the. You spend 2 hours. Ask you to come back tomorrow. That's easy. You are wasting your time. Get money for yourself. Put your home order. There are resources here. Professor, is it not this country that people ask $1 billion in bond, and they raise 17 people that subscribe 17 billion or 1 billion is oversubscribed. So are you begging for bread when you can make adult food and eat water comfortable? Another thing is the need for us to look at the skills. He's talking about Mbutu and all of that. And those are his own, the way he's describing what is happening in his own company. Some of us don't have skills. We don't have the necessary skills. There's the skill of prayers. We can pray for 3 hours at a go. It's like praying for rain. There's nothing wrong in praying for rain. It's a good thing to pray for rain. Do or you want to plant all year round, do irrigation. And I need to not work perfectly. So we need to step up and develop our. Do you know that document that people are sharing around from mugs and all of those things contain information? So people don't collect those bags. They say next time I'm going to the market, now I will carry this one. I will not need to sell anymore. See, every resources sitting in all those things. Something said that in Nigeria you want to hide information. Newspapers will not see it. They will not read the paper. So let's try and develop ourselves. If I were you, when I get home this weekend, I'll pull out all those documents, paper. A fresh graduate can pick up employment by talking to some of those realtors. I was there. I like your setup. I want to work with you. You can pick up a job from there. Pick up house from there. Okay? So we need to go back, sit down quietly and look at all the resources we have gathered and be able to make a point. The thing is the issue of capital. If you are operating in a small scale, what we get to a scale, a lot of people used to come to my office. They wanted me to help them raise capital. When I look at their document, I say, I'm sorry, I cannot. They say, why not? I believe that the minimum capital I will raise is $1 million. They say, yeah? $1 million. I say, I'm sorry. I'm doing inclusive pro. I'm not in a shop for elites alone. I can refer you to small scale practitioners that can help you. I don't do small. Most of our companies, when we introduce those mortgage companies to foreign companies, can give them line of credit as a single digit. When you look at their balance sheet, I want 550 to convert it to dollars. 10,000. Which you want AFD size is dollars. So we need to strengthen our capacity and stop doing business under the table. Some people are doing worth 10 billion out of the 10 billion. Under the documented business. You want how to get big money, big capital. They said, can we have a look at your 3 years financial statements? Can we take a look at your track record of performance before we will trust you? I was telling the people, I said, your project is high risk because it doesn't have brick and mortars. A fintech company that's 1 billion naira, they may not have asset that is worth more than 200 that you can see with your eyes. So you need to demonstrate your product, what you are selling. The proof of concept, proof of what you are doing. Let people know that you are really. You cannot prove that you have been successful for the last 1 or 2 years. Any other thing that my brother talked about? What about governance and management? Governance and management is very important. You have been running a business successfully for many years, and the business is growing. Who is the chairman? You are the chairman, chief executive. There is nothing wrong with that. Then, where is your board? I'm the only one running it. And my wife supporting me also. I thank God for that. But when they want to see a diversified board. So some companies, they expect. What do I mean by somebody expanding to death? When your thing that is mortgage or any other one on a small level, and it's under your money, changing your car every year, everything is going well. You are marrying more wives. Problem. But if you cannot make the sacrifice of putting the appropriate board and management and governance in place, don't expand beyond your school. Talk in your corner and be enjoying your life and be marrying more wives and be doing all kinds of things you know how to do. But the moment you want to expand, you want from Lisa. Okay, you want to 1 billion. 1 billion. Yes. From 100 to 1 million, 20, 30. If you want to use the same receipts that you are using right now to drive that size of business, is not going. I was yesterday that the moment I know the enormous cities have as big price of government, enough people work in your team. I said you have capacity deficit. You will not. I thought and say you will pass tomorrow. He did not say that. He said, agree with you, and I will do something about it. Capacity, governance, and management. That's exactly the problem Nigeria have as a nation. Capacity deficit country. A country that is rich in resources. Structure. Insensitive place, people in insensitive. Why the country is not working. If you like, go and hide this in pray for that. It will prove our mass population of this country, to match the diversity of this country. We are going nowhere. I said yes, not a blasphemous something. I said if Jesus rise up today, help us. Jesus take over from Nigeria. If the structure is not changed, I'm sorry, we are going nowhere. Please, let me hand over to my brother here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akine. Excellent, distinguished ladies and start is what to take home. Because session is supposed to be discussed from conversations to meetings. And I think one of the things that we should some level of sadness and some guys. Sadness because this was loaded. All kind of personalities on Tuesday. And we have amongst them those who are actually policy makers. But finish every day with a little people in this auditorium. So it was that, and us really solving a problem. So it should build us that we need to do. And she has said, if you do not hate where you will never leave them. I think I must get to a level where we hate Sean. We want. He has said the Latin word status quo is the mess you are in. So let status quo remain. You are saying let the mess where remain. And I believe that is not what we want. So knowing that I will be part of discussing conversations to commitments, I began to take notes from what people said. First, to note that we have been repeating ourselves over the years. Because last year at a closing session like this, we said, okay, let's take the communique conference to the public offices, not dishing paper, address it to them, and then follow up. Do that. So what we do is to document what I did here, get some good heads to turn actions, take them to the policy makers. Want to measure them next year. Don't create one organization that is coming to tell us stories and bore people here. Monitor there. Now, Dr. Akinwumi mentioned institutions. Just want to live from and it to come. I don't know if we have observed, but my conclusion is West is going to take a long and out why? Because of the institutions. Did you observe that all of those that were giving us the progress they have made always tied it to one individual? If Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is progress today, it is because of the renewed hope. So when the administration that brings renewed hope agenda end, will the next administration do? They won't want to do renewed hope agenda because you have labeled it already. Government or a particular individual. So everyone comes and brings in his own program. So one program, every dates with the government that brought it. So even though they are institutions, they have themselves to individuals who are either or the inspiration. You will hardly find anybody talking about how they relate with something. During my stint in government, you will hear people say this, because of the administration led by our amiable. Can't things run without particular names being mentioned? And the successors will also want their names to be mentioned. And that's what kills our institutions, which brings me to it. I have Professor Olusoya preach this is damn technology of construction. I've never sat just to say, oh, we believe in this thing because he proved that the court is less than conventional construction. I've had him preach NIA forum. I've had him do it here before. He did it this year. If you bring him next year, that's what he will do again in Jesus' name. Oh. So what are we taking away from it? Are we amenable to change? Do we want an easier way of construction, or there's moment as a commissioner or commissioner in Lagos State, is the project there because he started those projects. If those projects supposed to be a training ground for other people in construction to come and see. But because it was towards the tail end of the administration, it never happened again. The next administration just stalled it. So when there is no continuity, what is our duty? Should we just and lament? Shouldn't there be a way of making either by black, exposing them to press or whatever? Because I believe our role as professionals is to be able to mediate between government and the people. But if we are unable to do anything, then what are we as professionals? They don't need us. So there should be a way of pressing good things forward. If we know that a project, then the next administration must continue it. Continue it because we all believe in that project. And for us to be able to do that, we need corporate vision. And it is us who cast that vision and propagate it and press it and go to the people in government and I do it. I seem to, is it the MDOFI or was discussing the need for, he said we need credible developers. So if we need credible developers, who makes that? Many we discuss our whys. Why that? Why question is a question of complaint to me. Why what did they discuss what we're supposed to do and how to do? And those are the questions that will take us to commitment. So we know now we need credible developers. We're going about it. What organizations will follow that up? And how will they become? I've heard Professor Iyange shown about one credit. Who will follow it? This shouldn't just be discussion that he will come. Next year will be 20th though. By the AIHS, what we should first have is a balance sheet. In fact, it would be good to see what are the themes we have from AIHS 1 How impact have we? If we don't make impact, let's go back home and sleep. Because we have somebody has to know that we pass through this country. I can know that we take. Like to stop now. Thank you.
Thank my brother. That way. These things need to every I said, but I need to reiterate some of the issues as mentioned. That's why it's not here. So like a strategic conversation that summarizes everything we have been doing. Then we out of thing we have been doing. This is the thing, and it's very, very key. We do this thing once in a year, which means that after this week, we have tough time. Before we one. It's not good enough for us to come here, talk. That's what I said when I started. I said talk. Not going to from talk to action and commitment. We used to have a communicate, which was also the government. Sometimes they will collect it, they will not read it. If there is no money they can share in it, they will not no money to share. We will not go and submit communicate and put money into it. No. So that's why some of those things they just collect it and put it somewhere. Say people they do anything. And I was making a contribution here 2 days ago. I talk the role of government. Private sector, private sector, the president of the country. Is private sector president the minister? Everywhere in the world, my friend, at least said over 50 countries. And African countries, not only going to Europe and all of that. Go to Rwanda there. All the devil mortgage and housing in Nigeria, rock science. Go to Rwanda. What are they using to incentivize affordable and under? I'm talking in a public space. You can go and confirm. I just about 2 months ago. If you are a developer, sir, the first thing they will welcome you with open hand, you allocation of land in a patient that is able to the development you want to do. Because they go and give you land in some that is a do of nowhere. Nigeria. People that have land is interested in property development. So they don't set suitable locations. Government of organize suitable location. Not that number. All infrastructures you need in your side will be facilitated and provided free. If they give you land, roads, water facilities, internet cable, all of free. But they will sign an agreement with you that these houses you will profit. I will make higher crack based on money you have raked. Then we're talking about CLC. So you don't need to bribe anyone. You bribe somebody, you and the person you bribe, you will end up in jail. Kagame can assure you of that. Bribe, and the person that is collecting, not as someone and pocketing it, and people as man be the president of a political party. That man should be in jail, not as president of kind of sense that is happening in this country. That doesn't allow this country to grow. Off-takers, they will rally around you, make sure you have off takers that come to support the mortgages they are doing. After the demand, after the supply side, they will now go to the demand side. What do they do for the offer? If the interest rate in the economy is 10%, government will subsidize it. Government will provide, the lender will collect 10%, but pay 5%. Atmosphere here, not work. But here we'll be talking private sector led. Affordable does not work without subsidy and incentive. There subsidies, I think you want is a normal thing everywhere in the world. From of housing in Canada, every live under a decent shelter. Or you are mental, they will see cater for you. In Nigeria, every Nigerian must have a house. Is that possible? That's a fraud. It makes sense. Every Nigerian cannot own a house because person can own a house. A destitute cannot own a house. If that have children below the age of 20, we are going to own a house. What is that? Just the way we focus, so have some friend. Somebody cannot own the house to be able to own a decent rent apart as part of the policy. Now, coming to the enabling environment, bank program to Nigeria, we brought from back mortgage guarantee scheme. What is mortgage guarantee scheme? The mortgage guarantee scheme make affordable house seamless. That is, once your mortgage is guaranteed, you would like to lend because everyone that is borrowing it means that if pay by the insurance, mortgage insurance will kick in, get your money. So your NPL will remain zero, regardless of the volume of businesses you are doing. We have been pushing it in Nigeria through Emefiole's office. Up to today, that mortgage guarantee, the light day, all those things. Because the more insurance premium you pay, the less your interest rate. And bankers will prefer to do deals that have mortgage insurance with limited profit because they know that limited cure. Now, in the absence of Festor sitting here with us, I think some of us that are members of the board and advise to take that at the end of this exercise, that we talk with documentation of and execution. How do we execute? One of the reasons why churches grow very, very well in Nigeria, we don't know. Man is very true, the best in the Bible. The reason why churches grow in Nigeria is what? Testimonies. Testimony time. Offering time. Blessing time. We must not only create time in this forum for advertising. Iron roof. I say all of these things. We must time to allow people to give testimonies. Yes. To say, we want the Minister of Housing that came here to give a very beautiful opening remark and disappear. come next year and tell us that based on what I got, the information AIHS 2025, these are the number of policies that I'll be able to pay the legislature. Roll out. And as a result of that, the housing increased 200,000 a year to 1 million. What are you going to do? You hear that? You will clap. Now let again this year, where we are going to be sharing testimony. We want us that are advertising and spending money to have space here to come and tell us that last year, when I came here, capacity building is very important to my business, and as a result of that, instead of being stingy about work and the quality of my staff, I did this. As a result of that, I moved from a profit of 1 million naira a year now to beyond. Testimony. People that have found at the table. Peace. Praise the Lord. I was doing that under the table has its own dysfunctional elements. You cannot eat your cake. When you're under the table, no share statement, no nothing. You are. There is a difficult country. So far, you there no access to. I told you something. I said every a consumer, even people that have trash. I said yesterday that when you are passing by, you cover. You say about the raw material of some companies that are exporting goods out of this country. They use trash to make beautiful products. People to hear that. Into that. I came, I read about it. I buy a book and I start keeping the record of my sales, the record of my expenses. Even though by the time I finish, I generated a profit of 25 million. Even though I paid the tax of very paid. When I had the surplus of 2020, okay, it was better than previous year that they made a profit of 3 million working under the table. That's not a good. So we have to work on that. We will define KPIs, keep performance to transform this arrangement into actionable program and mention us in a tete-a-tete. Advocacy without lobbying is time. When I talk about lobby, people say, lobby. I'm not talking about lobby in Nigerian context. Lobby in Nigeria means you are using monetary and other incentive to try and squeeze out what you were entitled to. Your child doesn't have good grade in school, you are going to get him into school. That's not my own definition of lobby. My own definition of lobby, after these 4 days of brainstorming, hello, compiled a very beautiful communique. Sit down with the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, go to Minister find the diaspora commission chairman, go to strategic places, go and sit. This is what we have arrived to do. Need your some of them that are fighting about women in the nation fighting our free. It's them. How can you help us? Forget Natasha. Let's do business. Tell you they have to be touching breasts or something like that. That's not the reason why we are paying you 30 million a month. In other Nigeria, we need to tweak our policy to make life easy for our people. Our People are tired of hearing trillion, billion. The way you are talking here is billion, trillion. I say, where is the benefit? Where is the benefit of those billions and please help us. Take a break from women. Talk. This is our country. In you, we want to achieve all of this. How can you help us? That is my kind of lobbying. Why? Yeah, that's my own definition of lobbying. Otherwise, we can till Jesus come. People that are are driving don't come to because of Western code. They will come to see Niagara Falls and all of that. They are coming here. And if they come, they will and run away. Busy doing nothing. He has gone. Where is it that he has gone to pray? You got 30 hours. That's not much. Hey, I want this one. He has gone to church. The business we run. Let engage the my definition. Love. I'm not saying Caribbean must go to anybody's office. That is how, when we are celebrating 20th anniversary of AIHS, then we can look back and our things in time and Nigerians that are suffering of I don't know if
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Can I? Excuse me. I just felt one of the things that should change is also time management. Time management should change. We've been supposed to start 4:30 or 5. I think what we have come to do is to solve problem. I'm not business of creating. The problems moving. In fact, if you go to your shelves and draw up all the papers that have been presented, you find solutions of these things we're talking about. All you need to do is get somebody sitting down, sift all of those points are made in the past. Put those things in 2 pages. The thing is that when we want to write to government, we give them has time. In 2 paragraphs, put it in 2 pages. I will read it. You can even sit there and take it easy and walk. And then I put you on what he said, KPIs. You told me you would do this, go and do it. You told me you would do this. Have you done it? If you come and then you waste so much time with not done. That was why I started by saying leadership. Leadership is key. And why is it key? Speed is a leadership decision. I told my people, start meetings 3 for 3, 1 for 1. Before 2 minutes, 2 minutes to the everybody. They know the repercussion if they don't sit. My point is do that. Is there a secretariat? It's no longer a show. This is a movement. This is there. The secretary should take one, sift it, passive bouncing all the strategies, do strong one-on-one advocacy. There are also issues that institutions like the banks and committees, like the regulators can get together and force on government. Take, for instance, I'll give you an instance. You have things that have to dance. have to do. I am to you. Things that we do with compliance. The CBN and the regular and the banks come together. Always twist the hand to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, more question.
Who are the people? Go straight question.
My own is not question, is contribution. What I we are behaving the same way. Wow. So, but change discussed with my there. Time, even in the church nowadays, we see control when people don't even listen to the Holy Spirit. So, all the hate program, they are going to put something like time up. When you're in their name is showing there time to them, and the person sitting down there, starting there doing the paper reading this is going down. I'll arrange whatever he has brought back. No. By the time it's 5 minutes running up, they will sum him. The people will shut down the volume. They will remain to do the same.
Good evening, everybody. I thought this session is for us to develop actionable plans, not doing a lot. We've been doing lamentation of person. This plan going for this is 19 for 19 years, 18 years. Yes, am I not correct? Right? The secretariat now, you move it to them. You identify with the ministry of minister. Go, these are let us that's the issues committees from different sectors, and then the minister will now take it up, because if you leave it like this, nothing happens. Depart always in this session, but just hear and come and talk, that doesn't make it. Most important, we have the arms of God. The legislature, we don't invite it officially. We have all these laws. For it, I since June, Professor, we 7 different laws on housing. For closure. None of them have seen the light. The Federal Mortgage Bank, which together and itself, they've been pushing has been up. You cannot without laws in place. And be how takes the court. You have 10 court cases as a developer, which manage. Let us implement. In that, let's have them also. People have it. At the end of it, we have a plan, the program, and where to do and who to do it. It's very important, not just limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. One of the common sentences we have made, these are looks. It has been so repeated. But I mean, they are higher than our hands. Naturally, it's just like here there is a lot sources, but their pockets are deep and filled with resources, but the hands are short to get into the place. And the low-hanging fruits that we cannot have is a matter of the fact that we just to leave Nigeria. There are plans, any level, and where there is no plan just
and what is also happening in the estate or housing development sector. There are no plans. There is no concept of how to develop right from the national to the local plan. Think about how to meet the social needs of the people, but all these things develop on land. So I think we must be strategic in terms of handling our thoughts. Although this is a vision which was for Barrister Festus. Now, I think we also need, particularly maybe the board now, like this. Get good hand view, realize how to get the low-hanging fruits. Now, what either the would sound to help, prosecute or run after implementing things that if we leave it for Festus alone, it is really it is beyond him.
Everyone. I wanted to add to everything said that it's easy for us to say policies, but we know how big Nigeria. So I feel like we should be practical. Like we can probably a visibility study, housing in different states in Nigeria. Go ahead. Also, I also wanted to say that instead of just narrowing it down, Minister of Works and Housing, Minister of people that pertain to the housing and we should everybody is involved. When you're homeless, everybody's involved in housing. Doctor, we should actually spread it, because these people have noticed that politicians, they have their clique, and if you're able to break even through be able to the others, like is the importance of these policies. Whoever will give us a listening ear, giving us that the people that we need are giving us a listening ear. The ones giving us to those that are not giving us the listening ear, ask going to be beneficial, because I feel like this is an issue of mutual beneficial. It's going to be beneficial to us, and it's also going to be beneficial to them. Let's bring agriculture involved. Let's bring all of them, because real estate involves like every sector in every. It's a place to stay. Everybody needs affordable house. Very much so.
Wow, thank you so much. All the remain are very excellent, I must say. Starting from my sister here, time management issues that you don't need to wait for years to with the power conferred on me here now. Where are us? Okay. EU and next year we should have a time management tool in this space in order to make say I. If you don't want it to happen, say nay. So my sister, I'm assuring you right now that what you have mentioned is not in by God's grace. Next when you come here, the first thing you should look at, don't look at here, look at the back there, whether there is something, because one of the reasons why this program dragging, number one, we never started in time. You only to talk for 5 minutes, we talk for 1 hour. And nobody will say time up. Where is that my friend that is always here? Where is the MC? You add that one to your job next year. Not just we crack those that will make somebody to almost tumble from it. In addition to that, make sure that if a team like this is supposed to have a program for 20 minutes, let it be 20 minutes. Not that we use that 20 minutes to do preamble, and then we'll now be talking for the next 1 hour. I was to moderate a program important subject yesterday. Finance. That's the area of my finance. Eh? What do you say? Yeah. Mortgage, industry, housing finance. That's my butter and cake. I'm the one that believe that everyone that need find ender. The problem to a person that cannot help you to time out. now for my daddy there that mentioned the need for us to start the communication here. That's with due respect, sir. This forum will not handle the extensive work is required, but it's the mandate the AIHS board to make sure that all what we are doing here, they are documented, and we will now go ahead we will now put all those things together and review them, but we also add lobbying with it because we will be complaining. Sir? Yeah, we will bring then. Who is the third person? Oh. Time up. In respect of what you said, yes, you mentioned some issues that I need to make about that. We will take duration. Photo time, part of your them into consideration our future deliberation. We will involve everyone because everyone needs housing. We will also bring short wording and all of that together next year. Thank you.
Very much. I'll take a group picture. Thank you. There's however, that we especially need to appreciate. They have been working and documenting everything that has been said. Our rapporteurs are at the back. Please for them. Thank you very much. They've taken note of all we have, and they will. We also thank our technical crew, media, and all the others. Our ushers had beautiful. There's somebody who missed some cash here. I have it here. You need to tell me how much it is. If not, I'll use it to buy. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to formally close this year, I understand that some of you have been invited to the dinner later on, but we'll rise national anthem before the close of this conference. Should we rise, please, as we formally bend 100, half human, half honor beauty for this year. Thank you. Anthem, please.
Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or wrath or honor, and this we count as gain. And unto our children of the land we stay. Oh, God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. Do have a wonderful year. For those of you who see again on 7